All right, y'all, we are live. It's your girl, Jasmine K. Welcome to Fight Night Live with me. Of course, we are here with the Paul versus Tyson fight. Hasn't gotten started yet. Got some undercards coming on before we get to the main event. The preliminary fights, for the most part, were pretty decent. I was able to pay attention a little bit, but I was trying to get my setup right, so I did not I did not see every fight. But we were live. We're live on Twitch and we're live on YouTube. So thank you to everybody that is joining. If you are watching this back, God bless, because I'm sure that this is going to be a very long live. Given that it is only 8 o'clock Eastern time, we probably won't get to the main event until about 10 o'clock. We have 3 other fights ahead of the main event, of which one of those fights that I am looking forward to before we get to the co-main event is going to be Mario Barrios. Seeing him back inside of the ring, I'm excited to see, where he's picking up at. He has a lot of people that are calling him out, a lot of people that wants to try to steal away the title from him. And yeah, I want to see where he falls. Let me know how my sound is. Is anybody in the chat yet? Let me go to the chat. I'm going to go ahead and allow for the chat to be on. So if you guys got something to say, type it in the comments. I see I have 2 viewers. I appreciate you guys being on. Let me know how the sound is. I put in my headphones so that I could cancel out what's going on here. There we go. I put on my headphones so that I could cancel out the TV as best as possible, but still so that I could hear it. Okay, perfect. Sham, what's up? What's up? Are you watching the fight yourself? Who are you going for? Let's just take a second to talk about the slap. A lot of people feel as though the slap was fabricated. It was set up. It was not real. I think in the same way why I have actually been keeping Tyson as a live dog in this fight, and believe it or not, contrary to the age, is crazy, but I think that Mike really just has that switch, and the slap to me showed the switch. Some people are saying Jake Paul stepped on his toes on purpose, but if you watch it back in slow-mo, he stepped on the toes and immediately stepped off. It was like one of those, he stepped into the face off. He stepped on the toes and realized that, oh shit, took a step back, like quick step back. And I mean, the slap was even quicker. And the other reason why I don't think that it was staged was because Paul wasn't tense at all. He wasn't expecting the slap. Even when you watch it back in slow-mo, like the way... Let me stop. He definitely gave some wind to the hair on top of his head too with that slap, okay? I'm telling you, it was not staged. It was not planned. Sham, yes, I'm watching the fight, but I'm rooting for Tyson, but it depends on how Jake Paul comes out. I got Mike respectfully, though. I mean, he has a legitimate chance. While we're all talking about the switch, including myself, that Tyson has, one thing about it is the timing. The timing. Is the timing going to be there? I don't know what he did, who he sparred. Well, actually, I saw Overtime Boxing put out that Mike Tyson's sparring partner, was it Mike Tyson or was it Jake Paul? Maybe it was Jake's. Okay, never mind. So yeah, I don't know who Tyson was sparring, but that's one thing that I am a little weary about is going to be the timing. Velocity Cut says that was more staged than a Tyler Perry set, homie. I don't know about that. I really don't think that it was staged. I really don't. And Tyson was expecting for Paul to throw something back. Like you saw the little flinch, like he dropped with it. Like that was the little head movement kind of drop. I'm telling you, I don't think that it was planned. Nonetheless, it was funny as hell. And since watching the preliminary fights and them playing it back and adding the sound effects to it, makes it even funnier. I'm not even gonna lie. That was hilarious to me. So let's go to the preliminaries. The fight that I did catch, I caught Shushu. He was the very first fight, coming out against an opponent that originally was not the planned opponent, wasn't the guy that they were training for. I think he came in last minute, maybe like week before, something like that. They said. Um, Obviously, you could tell that Shushu was going for the knockout. There's no doubt. He was putting a lot of power behind those punches. At one moment because it went 8 rounds, it was scheduled for 8 rounds. In the seventh round, I believe it was, he dropped him. He dropped his opponent. The guy was just eating some of those punches. Like he was eating everything that Shushu had. I think had it been 10 rounds, which is what Shushu has been fighting, I think he possibly would have been able to get the guy out of there. But I mean, Shushu looked good to me. I feel like the way he fought is where he's the most comfortable. I can't even say the most comfortable because that's a preference thing there, and I can't really speak on that. But I will say, I'll take that back and I'll say the style that he fought in this last fight, which was within range, but close within distance. But still right in front of this guy. He does so well with being able to slip punches and roll punches off his shoulder and then come back with a counter, coming back with a straight right hand. That to me, I think is a style that really fits him, that he's borderline mastered, that is very entertaining. And I think that as he continues to step up, they made the note that he's ranked top 10. I can't remember which sanctioning body that's for. It could be the WBC, I'm not sure. But I think as he continues to step up, that style is going to benefit him a lot going up against some of these top guys. We know from him calling out other fighters that Inoue is a guy that he is chasing. And I think going up against a superior fighter like Inoue, that style will give Inoue problems. And I've said it before. You can go back and you can watch the Neri fight. The Neri fight to me showed that it showed some I don't want to say weaknesses, but it exposed just a little bit some things that if he has an opponent that has that style, that has a chin, that's a little bit more slipper, craftier, knows how to put his punches together, throws short, precise punches in the inside, it could give him some problems. And that is Shushu's go-to style. So, nonetheless, yes, the second preliminary fight was between, let me pull it up here. I watched it briefly, but again, I was trying to set up for you guys, so I was ready by 8 o'clock. That was between Body and Casa Monica, of which I believe one of these guys beat Ashton in the last fight. That fight went the distance. I can't say that it was a dominating performance by either guy, regardless of the outcome. But yeah, and then Shadesha, I didn't get a chance to catch her fight. I think Shadesha, I caught a little bit of the fight. I feel as though she knows how to put her punches together. She throws great combinations, but she smothers a lot of her work, a lot of her work. I don't think that she has a good grasp on distance and controlling the distance and punching in between fights with a good distance where she's able to land precisely and land clean. A lot of her shots are, I just feel like they're like thrown rolled right over the top, or they're just like they're smothered. So, nonetheless, though, she did get the win. They were fighting for a vacant, I believe it was the WBC title, and she won that. So we'll see what's next for her. We are getting started with the first fight on the main card. Let me go to the chat. Let me see what you guys are talking about. I just went on a whole ramble. Yeah, we only heard rumblings about Mike sparring. She should look great, very sharp and confident. Yes, Mike gonna gas out in 40 seconds. It'll turn into a little sparring match. KT versus Serrano is the fight. Fire. Yes. However, I felt the first fight was a really good fight. It was a competitive fight, but I did feel like, again, talking about smothering work and slugfest, I did feel like towards the end of that fight, that's kind of what it turned into. I feel like Katie Taylor, as of recently, since she's faced Serrano, I mean, the time is definitely wearing on her. Definitely wearing on her. I feel like her last two performances, I won't say that I wasn't impressed, but I think it just solidified to me even more so that she only had about one or two more fights in her. And that being this fight and maybe one other fight if she's able to pull this fight out. But after that, I think it's a wrap. It's a rizap. I have Serrano winning as well. I think Serrano's going to come into this fight. Both of them, obviously, they're common opponents. They're familiar opponents. They have one fight under their belt where they can, kind of feel as though they know they're comfortable with the other woman in front of them. And I think that I just think it's going to work in Amanda's benefit a little bit better than Katie Taylor's. I think Katie Taylor's going to come out. I don't know. I'm leaning towards this being a slugfest. I really am. I will say this. I'm also giving Serrano the upper hand this time around because she has fought 3-minute rounders in the last couple of fights. And I think that is going to give her an upper hand in this fight. I think that has taught her how to slow things down a little bit. I think it's helped her to see things a little bit better. It's helped her to set up shots a little bit better. This is not going to be 12 rounds to my understanding. I don't think it's going to be 12 rounds. So it'll be 10 2-minute rounders, which is what they fought the first time. And I think she's going to be able to bring that experience and she's going to have that upper hand. And she's just going to be naturally more prepared for this matchup. All right, let's see here. Who do we have? Goyat and Nunes. I have not seen either of these guys before inside of the ring, so this will be the first time that I'm watching it with you guys, watching them. Let's see here. What weight class do we have here? I say the uniforms they came with it, okay? People trying to look good on Netflix. I would say with the Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight, if I had to make a wild, bold prediction, I would go as far to say that Tyson is going to clip Paul in the first round. It's going to rattle him a little bit. And then they're going to come into the second round. And I think Paul is still going to be rattled. And I think Tyson's going to be able to just put on a flurry of punches and put on the pressure on Paul, and it's going to be too much, and they're going to wave the fight. Very wild, very bold. How disappointing would that be for Paul? To get out of there in the second round by Mike Tyson. What is a 58-year-old Mike Tyson? I had to look up and see what weight class this is. What do you guys think? If you had a bold prediction, what would it be? I'll say I don't like the blue in Goyat's hair. It's giving a little sachet, if you will. Nothing about him is sachet, but the hair is definitely giving sachet. Goya is a little too lax for me. I don't know if he's trying to invite in Nunes to get comfortable and to open up, but I don't necessarily see him setting anything up with this lackadaisical stance with him just coming out with his guard down. Let me pay a little bit more attention to this fight so I can commentate just a little bit for you guys. Goyat. Landing some good shots, but not turning his punches over. Open-ended fists that punches that he's throwing. Let's see what we got here. Going into the second round. See, even right there, Nunes, I feel like he's lunging in a little bit. He's lunging in, trying to touch Goyat, dropping his guard at times. And if Goyat, again, better stance, ready to react, ready to counter, the right hand over the top is right there. Okay, Goyat taking a step back, trying to invite in some offense from Nunes. Nunes doesn't really seem to have much in his arsenal right now. He's kind of throwing same punch combination, being predictable a little bit, which again goes to my point with Goyat. If he has his hands up, ready to shoot something, ready to counter, he can make this fight a lot shorter than 6 rounds. Not putting a whole bunch of power behind his punches, Goyat, just kind of touching Nunes. Maybe he's trying to bask in the moment. Who knows? Who knows? Taking the time. There's nothing wrong with that. This fiasco reminds me of when Thriller put on Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones. For sure. This is an interesting style of fight in that first round. First and second now. Both guys don't seem to have a whole bunch of experience. I mean, Goyat's letting his hands go, but none of these punches are effective to me. Good defense. Good defense in the inside. Goyat's trying to put on a show, but he is not putting on a show himself. Yeah, I don't know what Squid Games. Huh? You guys are funny. You see what I'm saying? Like, what is that? Put something behind it. Just touching. And that's fine if you're touching, trying to set something up, but you're just touching them. Oh, I see Squid Game. Am I delayed? Because I just now see Squid Games. Let's see here. Maybe I'll. All right, going in the third round. Honestly, if I'm Nunes, I've taken Goyat's best punches. I've taken his best combinations, his best flurries. I've seen what he puts together. I'm going to take a little bit more of a risk. I'm going to close the distance. I'm going to take the risk, allow for myself to get hit if that's what it calls for. And right now he's throwing some power shots, Nunes. Nice left hand. Came back with the uppercut. Ooh, good right hand. But that's there. It's been there the whole time. It's literally been there the whole time. I just don't think that Goya has enough offensively to get this fight over. And Nunes isn't willing to take much of a risk. Watch out now. That's my pops right there. What's popping? This some backyard boxing. It's going to be rigged. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Yeah, what the? My guy trying to get a future on a show, okay? He said, Netflix, if you got any slots for an up and coming actor to be the playing role of a professional boxer, I got you. That's about all that he's selling right now. He's winning a fight, but that's only because Nunes isn't throwing anything. He's not putting this offense together. He's not taking any risks. He's not throwing any feints. Neither one of these guys are throwing any feints. It's given green. It's giving green. All right, we got the fourth round coming up of a scheduled 6-rounder. I'm ready for this fight to be over. Very much. And then we got a real challenge coming up next. Hey, I said Nunes was giving a little sachet with this blue hair. It looked like he was enjoying that in the corner. I say I like these digital posts inside the ring. That's fire. Netflix definitely needs to put on more boxing events. I'll say that. I'll say that this is a pretty big deal that this is Netflix's first live sporting event. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a big deal. I posed this question talking to a good friend of mine this week where we see there's no argument for what Jake Paul has been able to do marketing wise. There's no argument there. There's no rebuttal. He's done his thing. He knows what he's doing. He's sold himself tremendously. He's given a platform to a lot of fighters coming up. My question is, with him having MVP, most valuable promotions, and with him having what, I don't know, 5 fighters that we like can really list, 3 to 4 fighters that we can really list off the top. I don't know how many other fighters he has signed to him, but if Jake wasn't on these fight cards, would the marketing, obviously he would put the same effort behind it, but would we see a Netflix pick up a card based on the fighters that he has signed, and if he was not on the undercard and was strictly behind the scenes promoting the fight, let's just say had the same visibility that Eddie Hearn has, because he's the most visible out of all the top promoters. Would the fights do the same? Would they be advertised to the same magnitude if he wasn't on the same fight card? And then my other question was, with Jake Paul being on the fight cards, has that been a plan, a strategy of his to build up most valuable promotion so that eventually he does not have to be on the cards and the advertising and marketing efforts are still to the same stature? I want to say it could potentially be a strategy, but if Jake Paul was to put on a fight next, based on who he has signed right now, I don't think that we see the same. I don't think that we see like the same numbers. So what does Jake Paul have to do in order to build that powerhouse of a promotional team? Is that even an interest of his? Is he just building this thing up for him to sell it? Or is this really something like that, you know, he's trying to run with? Or is it something that just while he's fighting, we know a lot of fighters who have their own promotional companies, and when they fight, their promotional company is plastered on the step and repeat, is plastered on the ring and the marketing material. But after that, for the most part, there's nothing else. You know, like you have a couple of guys that still put on small fights, but for the most part, they only use it as a tool to get more money for when they fight. So I guess only time will tell. But my argument was that I don't think that if Paul was to step aside and not be on a fight card, I don't think that we see a fight with the fighters that he has signed at Jerry's World, on Netflix, with Celsius, With who else does he have? MetaQuest, Experian. I don't think that we see the same brands and companies buying in. So what does he have to do to get it to that point? I think it's just a matter of him signing uh, bigger fighters. And obviously that's not a priority because he would have did it, you know? But I think that he's in that realm of being able to convince top fighters to come and sign with him. Um, because of what he's done. Like the proof is in the pudding. Like he has the blueprint. He has it. I think he just has to get bigger fighters. That's it. This fight is straight mental welfare. Nothing else. Goyat reminds me of somebody who had the unique gifts in high school. Yeah, it is genius, I must admit, but I don't really see the long-term game plan. But I think boxing should be patient with Jake. He's young. I think so as well, but we got to see how Jake responds after this fight. That's how does he respond if he loses, and how does he respond if he wins? I think regardless, there's a high possibility that something that this fight does something to Jake Paul that changes him a little bit. I don't know his full story, but in the things that I picked up, boxing seems to be a passion of his. I mean, you have to be passionate about it to step inside the ring when you can make money other ways and you're making money other ways. So there's no shadow of a doubt that the passion is lacking. He's talked about how boxing, to a certain degree, has saved his life and saved his life particularly from drugs and just the fast life. So, okay, that's cool. But I feel the way that he handled himself in the press conference, the final press conference, when everybody on stage outside of the fighters that were signed to him that are fighting tonight all picked Mike Tyson, like we saw how he acted, how he reacted. And I think it was a natural fighter's reaction, you know, like really? I think it was a natural fighter's reaction. I think it also was an ego of you guys are fighting on my and you're not going to pick me. I gave you this opportunity. Okay, cool, bet. Let's bet it up. You willing to bet this? Like, I didn't like how he came at Shushu. Whether it was real or true or not, like, he really stepped to him and basically told him, I make more money shitting than you've made in your entire career. All the man did was just say that he picked Mike Tyson. That was it. It wasn't degrading. He didn't try to play him. He ain't try to punk him. So, like I said, I will be very interested to see what this fight does to Jake Paul going forward. We all know that a win is going to be significant in the sense of just being able to do this. Like, out of shits and giggles, just being able to pull this off. To not have an amateur career at all, to only having, let's just say, less than 10 professional fights, and to be fighting inside of an NFL arena, to sell it out, to be the first live sport event on Netflix, to have the advertising and marketing deals that he has and the advertising slots that he has. To do all that and then to say, I want to fight Mike Tyson. And then you get to fight Mike Tyson on the biggest platform ever, making $40 million arguably. I think that something's going to change with Jake Paul after this fight. And I hope that I'm wrong. But I think that we're going to see a more ego-driven Jake Paul. And for this to be a sport that he claims that has saved him, I think there's a potential that we kind of see him go down that rabbit hole of like really feeling himself. And arguably so. He deserves so. I mean, anybody doing this at that age, at ease, come on now. Come on now. That's what I wanted to see from Jake. I want to see a real boxer test him and see what direction he really wants to take his career in. Listen, I think Jake Paul right now, with the heavyweight division, who realistically top 10 can Jake Paul go up against and actually win? Let's start at the top. Usyk, not a chance in hell. Tyson Fury, no. Uh, Parker, no. AJ, no. Zane, no. Who else? Who else is in the heavyweight division? Even Big Baby. Maybe Big Baby will be a good fight. Not Jared Anderson, but Miller. That might be a good test for him. But even that fight, with the level of experience that Miller comes with, I still would say that Miller would beat him. Jared Anderson definitely would beat him. Bacola definitely would beat him. Who else am I forgetting? Like, come on, y'all. Like, let's be for real. Who else wants Tyson? Who else is he going to fight? And this is no slight to Jake Paul. All the credit for what he's been able to do. Like I said, I mean, if any of us could pull off what he's pulled off, we definitely would do it. We would do it ourselves, and we would talk our shit too. And we will feel like we was the man or the woman. All right, glad this fight's over. Moving on to the next. Mario Barrios is next. Yeah, Mario Barrios versus. Is this the title fight? A defense, I should say. Barrios versus Ramos. Keywords if he goes to a real boxing gym. Like I said, it was no power behind those punches. The fact that Nunes just stood there and just ate it lets you know. He was throwing punches like he was fighting out of a dream. You know how you can't punch in a dream? All right. We go replenish. What you guys drinking on tonight for fight night? Let me know in the chat. I got that good premium white X. White cognac. Post Malone did not pull this one out, unfortunately. Should have threw a little bit more. Should have been more active offensively. I'm telling you. The fact that he was able to just eat Goyat's punches like that. Like I said, it was given that it was a green fight. And Roy Jones solidified it with me, saying that if he just goes to a real gym, he might have a good future career. I missed it. What fight is a good fight? He will have to cut down to cruiserweight. It's a thinner class. Even in cruiserweight. Even in cruiserweight. And watching this, y'all, I really am impressed. I really am impressed. Like Jake Paul, again, go back to my question. If he's not on the undercard, if he's not on the card, co-main event, main event on it, period, does it do the same? I don't know. But nonetheless, for him to put this together with his promotional company only, to be doing it at this level, to be at the Dallas Cowboys arena, that says who knows how many people, to have the advertising slots that he has been able to pull off. I'm very impressed. Chance, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Are you watching the fight? I mean, they brought out the who's who, the biggest names in entertainment and boxing. He's brought all of them out to this. You've seen the pivot doing media for this fight week. I mean, I'm impressed. I am. Granted, having a name like Tyson on this, and they've sold the hell out of this fight. They have, both of them. But even with him having a name like Tyson to be the opponent, to stamp this, I am still impressed. That's all I can say is I'm impressed. Shout out to Dre. Dre back on Fight Night television. We ain't seen Dre since he left Top Rank. Has it been a year? I feel like it's been a year. It's nice to see him back on. Hopefully calling this fight. I'll say that Roy Jones and Andre Ward are like in my top tier of commentators. They're so knowledgeable, and obviously they have the inside knowledge from being former fighters and professional champions. But the level of knowledge that they speak from, like so freely, it just so fluently, I love hearing them commentate. And it's been a while since I've heard both of them. More so Roy because he hasn't been on in a while, but even with Dre too. Oh, Chance, you're in Dallas. I didn't know that. I might wait till the co-main. I'm waiting on the Zepeda Tevin Farmer card tomorrow. The Tyson fight is right down the street from where I live. It's cars everywhere. The way this arena looked like it's sold out, I bet. So I actually, fun fact, I lived in Dallas for about a year and a half, a little short of a year and a half. And I've been down to the Cowboys arena. It's massive. It's massive. I don't think any of you guys that are watching here live in Georgia or in the city of Atlanta. But the way they have it set up is similar to how they have the Battery here, but it's much bigger. And then it's also in Fort Worth. It's not actually in Dallas. It's about what, like 30, 45 minutes away from the city of Dallas. I don't know what happened. My stream stopped. And I'm on Netflix. Okay. All right, there we go. There we go. But yeah, I used to drive Uber when I was in Dallas. Driving Uber, I don't know how it is now. Um, Driving Uber in Dallas at the time that I was there was a quick come up hustle, because Dallas nightlife, like they go out, and it's also a city where a lot of conferences, a lot of business is done. So there's just constant like traffic all the time, and a lot of people commute there. Not a lot of people like the traffic's bad, but you really have a lot of people that commute. But anyways, when I was there, I drove Uber, and there will be a couple of times that I would drive for like the Cowboys game, and yeah, it's packed over there. It's packed, and it's weird because it's kind of like within the close proximity of neighborhoods. So yeah, people that live over there, like they make a lot of money letting people park on their lots for the games and stuff. But the traffic is definitely crazy whenever there's a big event there. I saw Beyonce and Jay-Z on tour at the Cowboys arena. Was it the AT&T Stadium? Did you see the gate for this fight? No, I didn't. I didn't. We probably really won't get that information. It may be. I'm sure it's out there what they've sold, but I haven't seen it yet. I rewatched the Boots fight yesterday, and I see a lot of the Bud fight talks have calmed down. Let both of them go on their own paths. Um, yeah, I don't think that Boots' performance was terrible. I think he was overly hyperly focused on the knockout. And the corner was as well. As we all heard several times, with Bowsy saying, get him out of there. Get the knockout. What are you doing? But I think that we've seen a smarter, more technical Boots fight before. I think Boots he's very athletic, and he's very comfortable inside the ring, and he has fun. Like, he's an exciting fighter to watch. He's super crafty. His defense is immaculate. He's shown that to us before, specifically with the highlighting reel that he had against Villa with the slow motion. Like, you don't do that, one, without natural athleticism, and two, without skill. Like, I mean, to just turn it on in the middle of a fight and to hit a slow mo, like just getting out the way, slipping and pulling punches, and then coming back with a counter, that's crazy. So I do understand where he was coming from, where he, at the end of the fight, post-fight interview, he says, give me those top fighters, and it's going to bring the best performance out of me. I do feel that Boots is that type of guy that if he steps in the ring with a high-level fighter, high-level IQ fighter, that you will see a different performance from him. But hopefully he takes this and understands that I can still be going for the knockout, but at the same time, I need to also pace myself out a little bit, and I need to be a little bit more strategic. I need to dial back into the instructions that are coming from my corner, given that there's some sound instructions and there's some clear direction as to what to do when he steps back inside the ring. But I think had he slowed it down just a little bit and worked behind the jab a little bit more, set the feints up, I think he would have got the knockout. I really do think he would have got the knockout. But it's a learning lesson. It's one of those things, like I said before, being in, did I say it to, I think I was talking about Keyshawn. Similar situation. With Keyshawn, I was saying with him being in his hometown and it being the first main event in his whole hometown, I wasn't expecting for Keyshawn to come out and to show us like a full arsenal of what he possesses and to show us the IQ and to give us a technical fight. First of all, we know that's just not Keyshawn's game. I was expecting for him to come out fast and for him to be gunning for the knockout because he wanted to put on a top tier performance. I mean, he had both his younger brothers fighting on the undercard. He had his youngest brother, no, older brother, younger brother. But he had the younger brother who was making his pro debut. So I felt like he was going to come in, he's going to be real riled up, he was going to come out fast. And I just was expecting what we saw with Boots to kind of be the situation with Keyshawn. And with Keyshawn, he was smart. He took his time. He allowed for the fight to slow down for him to be able to make reads in real time, to make counters in real time. Like, he got him out of there in the second round. He was fighting aggressively, but he was still being smart about it. He was still being poised about it. Like, he was fighting in the inside and was still pulling shots and coming back with his counter. So I was expecting for the flip situation between Boots fighting in his hometown again and Keyshawn fighting in his hometown again, but for the main event. So I think, if anything, it's a learning experience for Boots. It's something to take back, and it's like, hey, it can either go two ways. You see a lot of times where these guys come out and they don't have the best performance, and then it propels them to get the biggest fight of their career because whoever it was that was kind of sidelining them before now sees an opportunity or sees a window where they can actually take advantage and they can steal away with the win. So you have that scenario, but then you also have the scenario where it's like, I'm going to come out here and I know the guy in front of me is not someone for me to, I know I'm better than him. I know I have more skills. I know I have the better offense, the better corner, the better experience. I'm more technically sound, right? You have all these things in your favor. So I feel as though in that situation, when you turn it on and you're like, I know that this guy really can't with me, but I'm going to come out and I'm going to allow for this to be a fight where I can grow. Be a fight that I can show what I've been working on in the gym. Be a fight where I can show different sides of me, regardless if you bring it out or not. That was the opportunity that I saw there for Boots, and he didn't necessarily take it. So I hope going to his next fight, regardless of whoever it is that he's fighting, that he's coming out to put on the best performance, period. I think that if he comes out again, slows it down a little bit, I don't even want to say get back to who he is, because he fought to who he was. It was just a matter of being more patient, setting more traps, throwing more feints, working behind the jab more, taking the power off the punches some more. Touch, and then set up something. That's all I'm saying. All right, but we're back here. Barrios versus Ramos. Ramos is already inside the ring. Barrios is making his ring walk. The classic Aztec ring walk that he always does. Let's see. I wonder how many tickets did Barrios sell. Dallas Fort Worth has a huge Hispanic demographic. And again, me living there, and I remember when Spence fought Mikey Garcia, there were so many Hispanic families, men, women, teenagers that came out for not even just the fight, but for the lead up to the fight, for fight week events, for the weigh-ins, for the media press conference. Like, they came in deep. And then on the actual fight night, Mikey Garcia had a really big fan base there. And I know you guys know by now, Spencer's from Fort Worth, from the area. So yeah, like I said, I wonder how many tickets did Barrios contribute to this sold out arena, just off of the strength of him being a Mexican. Is he Mexican American? Not sure. So I looked at Abel Ramos' record, and the most notable fighter that I can say that he's fought in the last 5 fights was Giannis Ugas. So he has some championship experience. He had another fighter I can't recall the name of that also gave him some championship experience. So I don't know much about him, but I'm not counting him out of this fight because he's been in the ring with some championship level guys, and he's been on the stage before. He's fought 12 rounds. Is Barrios not fighting for his? He's not defending his title? Let's see. It doesn't seem as such. Chance, you saw something that I didn't see? I knew my girl Alicia was there. I know Clarissa was there. Listen, ain't nobody worried about Clarissa. We trying to get bigger fights. Trying to get bigger fights. I think if Alicia can get the winner of Serrano Taylor fight, I said this top of the year that should be a fight that she should be going for, and that was very possible and would be a great career opportunity. Obviously, I'm rolling with Alicia. I'm rolling with the bomb. Regardless of the relation, Alicia got the full package. I honestly feel like there's nobody that can touch her skill wise. Okay, we got an easy first round so far. Both guys just trying to fill each other out. Barrios throwing punches, throwing some jabs in between. Ramos. You see Barrios on the back foot, but I wouldn't say, ooh, nice straight right hand down the pipe. Okay, putting it together now. This is going to be a short fight. To get rocked a little bit with just a straight right hand, that's saying something right there. I would just, like you're doing right now, just keep shooting it. Well, you're shooting jab. I would just keep shooting the right hand. Sky and Alicia should fight both. That's a Shakur and Keyshawn situation. Exactly. So here's the thing. Serrano's with most valuable promotions, right? Sky is with Matchroom. Katie Taylor is with Matchroom. Sky will have a better chance of getting Katie Taylor, regardless if she wins or loses, because of the Matchroom relation. But Alicia is a free agent. So the options are there. The options are definitely there. And as you see with like a Canelo, right, where he's not necessarily signing long-term contracts with anybody, he's more so signing multi-fight deals with different promotional companies based on who it is that he wants to fight. I don't think that Sky has I can't even say, I mean, obviously she has a following in the UK. But I think Alicia is just always going to be the bigger draw. So, and with Alicia fighting in the UK already, I think that she's the bigger draw. And I would have to hope that she would be, you know, the one in the lead to get the fight. Sky might be a little too small for Katie. She has the skills, but One thing about it is, like, Katie, you're not knocking Katie out. But I think Alicia would. I think Alicia would. I would say, yeah. Okay, Barrios taking a little bit more command inside the ring. He's no longer on that back foot. He's taking more risks. He's leading more in the second round here. I think he's doing a great job of fighting that distance. Like, he's using his reach to his advantage. Like, the combination he just put together there with the jab followed up with the uppercut, it was within distance. It wasn't within close. I should say it was in range. I think Barrios is one guy with PBC that time and time again has silently been written off. And I commend him for his composure, his will, and his tenacity to not allow for that to be his story. Outside of the fight that he had with Tank, he stepped up to any challenge, any person they put in front of him, and he's gotten the job done. I feel like at times PBC kind of like uses him as a cash cow, like they all do, right? But it's a difference in how they, like, let's say how Matchroom uses AJ as a cash cow versus how PBC uses Barrios as a cash cow. Like, there's a significant difference there. AJ is like put on a pedestal, like he's the best thing coming out of UK, the way that they promote him. Like, he's like the golden child of Matchroom. Barrios is not the golden child of PBC. But they'll feed him in these bigger fights, right? Like, he fought Tank coming down from 147, or maybe he was at 140 at the time, I don't know. But he came down regardless in weight to fight Tank. A fight that everybody, I feel, on that side knew that he wasn't going to win. But since then, like, I feel like there's been other fights similar to that where against a Udonis, who I think when he fought Udonis, he was coming off the loss to Arrow. And Barrios dominated that fight. I don't think that anybody really on that side thought that he was going to dominate the fight the way that he did. Nice. These are just straight right hands that he put him down with. And this is where I have to grow in my evaluation of the game. Is seeing, okay, he's landing the right hand with ease. He's effective with the right hand. There's power behind the right hand. He's gotten him down twice now between the first and the second round with the right hand. So how does he set it up even more? Nice. I think coming out into the third round, this is the third round, right? The corner is going to be on him about watching for the right hand, defending the right hand. So I will say that with Barrios coming out in this next round, my instructions would be, not even my instructions, but my advice would be to not throw the right hand as much, to kind of take his mind off it a little bit, to throw more off the lead left, not off the lead left, but to throw more off the left hand. Throw more hooks, switch it up, throw some uppercuts. And after the third round, when he's kind of like, when you've taken the right hand off his mind, I will bring it back again. Barrios and Stanionis should be fighting. They on the same side of the street. Yes. Yes. Barrios lost to Keith Thurman too, which was disappointing considering Thurman hasn't had a fight since Pacquiao. I can't even remember that fight. Like, I very vaguely remember that fight. But again, case an example of, right, like, I think PBC be trying to feed Barrios and he won't lay down. I don't feel as though PBC confidently lines him up with these fighters, knowing that he's going to win and he's going to dominate. Like, his ability to stay relevant, right? And like, PBC doesn't even like hype him up. But I think that also goes to the fact of, right, out of all the promotional companies that are out there, the top ones, the top ranks, the Matchrooms, the Queensberries, the MVPs, and Golden Boy, all of their promoters are very actively out there in the media, and they're on social platforms, regardless if it's them pushing the agenda or if it's their team behind the scenes that are pushing the agenda for the promoter. You see, when it comes to the top guys, like, they keep them relevant, like they keep their names out there. And I feel like with PBC, there's no spokesperson really for PBC. You know, like Al Heyman, you're not seeing him. There's rumors that he's sick right now. So you're definitely right. There's no expectation to see him because we haven't seen him for all these years. But who's the spokesperson for PBC? You know, that could keep a guy like Barrios relevant. Barrios has been able to stay relevant because of his own doings inside of the ring, purely. You know, like even with Ryan Garcia being um, suspended for the year, right? Having a year suspension where he cannot fight under any sanctioning body. You still hear a lot about Ryan Garcia. Obviously, that's because of who he is and the level that he's at and the fame that he has. But you still have like certain fights being put out there about Ryan Garcia and who you want to see him up against next. And you have De La Hoya, who is also speaking to like, oh yeah, we're going to, they're talking about different fights. So I honestly think that may be the difference between PBC. It's just the fact that they just don't really have like a true spokesman person for them. And that could be part of the model. Could be part of the model that they just don't care for. Barrios getting paid $3 million to fight a journeyman when Boots' team offered $2 million. Let me find out, team, and it's low balling. Of course they're gonna lowball. I think of course they're gonna lowball, right? Like Boost just started. Boost, this has been a breakout year for Boost. I wouldn't think that he could really offer a whole lot. And I wouldn't think that Eddie would give a whole lot of room to offer much more. Maybe next year he could start offering like bigger numbers. But yeah, I mean, what's been the most money since before this fight that Barrios made? How much money did he fight against Tank? I would have to ask. I have to ask Chat GPT to do the research for me real quick. So I think maybe the instructions has been for Barrios to take off the right hand a little bit, to take it off the mind of Ramos a little bit. He's not throwing the right hand as much. I say since the Tank fight, Barrios says fight after fight, you've seen the discipline, you've seen the maturity, you're seeing the confidence. Good jabs. Nice combination. I would like to say that I would like to see Ramos throw more off the jab. Just a minute ago, when he had Barrios against the ropes, he put some combinations together, even right there leading with the right hook. But I think Barrios is doing a good job of pivoting to Ramos' right hand, where Ramos isn't as confident and comfortable with letting the right hand fly. Maybe because he thinks that he's going to overshoot it or it's going to get smothered. But yeah. Can Ramos having some success on the inside right there? Okay, Jake Paul coming in looking clean. Looking clean. I like this dress. Barrios got a little star power from the Tank fight. He can definitely sell out San Antonio. It's time for him to get Normus, Danny Nunes, and how do you say Karen's name? Kareem? He's a top level spoiler. I like that. I like that. I'm ready for Norman to have a big fight. I'm ready for him to have a big fight. But his team is clearly not playing that. Homie not playing that. They not taking no short offers. They're not taking no short offers. I always feel like in that situation, like, right, Brian, he won the interim title. Um, did I don't think the belts have been relinquished from Bud, so I don't think that he's the title holder. I think he's still the interim title holder. Correct me if I'm wrong. But sometimes you got to play the game. You got to play the game. You got to understand the game. And I know his team knows it, but sometimes in today's era, unfortunately, having the titles, they mean something, but they don't mean everything. Okay? And we see that Case in example right here with Jake Paul. Jake Paul don't have no title. It's not an interim title holder. He's fought for none of the international titles, NABO titles, intercontinental titles. He hasn't fought for any of those. And look where he's at. So again, in today's era, the titles mean something, but they don't mean everything. And with that being said, I feel like Norman and his team, if the right opportunity presents itself, they got to bet on it. They got to bet on it. He's an exciting fighter. To me, been out the ring for too long. The buzz is worn off. And yeah, he needs to, one, get back out there, have another. There's no way you win in the fashion that you do against, what was his name? What's his name? A fight that arguably a lot of people didn't have him winning or didn't pick him to win. Let me see it, because I cannot think of. I can't think of his name off the top of my head for whatever reason. Giovanni Santiago. Yes, that was a big fight. That was a big fight. And that was in May, and we're in November. I mean, that's around the normal time that you would see a fighter at this level fight, right? Typically, you get them to fight 2 to 3 times a year, so he's within that. But I definitely feel like the buzz is worn off, and that's unfortunate because that was a big upset win. Okay, he did let him go. He got elevated. Okay. But still, like I said, something but not everything. You gotta, if you want to be the big dog, you gotta pay the price. And sometimes the price ain't the biggest price. Sometimes you gotta take a risk. Sometimes you gotta roll the dice. You gotta take the short end of the stick. If you believe in yourself and you know the capability that you have, you got to take the risk. It's the same way I felt when Shakur and Haney talks were hyped up, and we were potentially going to not even get the fight, but we were going to see the negotiations of that fight. And Shakur didn't take it because he felt like they were really trying to sell him out. He was trying to give him the short end of the stick, and he felt like he deserved more money. But had Shakur won against a Devin Haney at that time, where would he be right now? As far as like big fights, making more money than what he's making right now, being in a more star status. He's already there, but I think had he rolled the dice, had he got that fight, took a little less, I think it'd be a different conversation right now. I think he'd be in different fights right now. He might be in a Tank fight by now had he took that fight. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say about Devin, but Devin is internationally, globally known and has. Oh, wait a minute. I'm talking too much. I ain't been paying attention. Woo! Rocked him with a nice OT. Ooh, he not there yet. And it's a whole minute. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Come on, Barrios. Hold him. Shit. Grab him. Jesus. Well, things surely turned around quickly, huh? Okay, he may make it out this round. Why isn't he holding him, though? Ooh. Nice left hook. He's throwing everything he got. He need to move, move, move. Ooh, ooh. He's just not even seeing the punches at this point anymore. What did I miss? Norman honestly got one shot at making the bread. Wait, let me go back. Just imagine if we could have got a Floyd Jake fight at a catch weight. That fight does about the same as the Pacquiao fight. Yeah, Jake's nowhere near in the same weight class as Floyd, even with him fighting these exhibition fights. Floyd finished his career at what, 147? Jake Paul is now, oof, just didn't even see the punch. The right hand definitely shook him first, and then he came back with it. Two right hands. The offer was real. Devin wasn't going to lose, not at his best. That fight potentially could have happened in the future, 147. Honestly, I think Devin and Shakur, when we finally get it, I think that that's going to be a trilogy fight. I really do. And I think both of them need to lean into that. I think right now the ego and the pride is too high. They both want to fight, but pride and ego is too high. Barrios still not seeing them shots coming. I thought in the first few rounds, Barrios was doing a good job of like fighting within range, was using his reach to his advantage. Somehow he lost that, and I was running my mouth too much to catch how he lost it. I think he's still buzzed because in that last lunging shot, the counter was there. And I think Barrios would have naturally pulled the counter had he not been buzzed. So that's why I'm going to say he's still buzzed right now. He sees it coming and he's just clenching for it. Ramos is landing these hooks at will right now. Like he's coming around the guard and landing. But it's so slow to me. Barrios should be able to see it. It should be a check hook right back. Even right now, you can see he's looking to throw to the left. Okay, Barrios coming back a little bit. I like to see that guard a little bit tighter because Ramos is coming around the guard at this point. I mean, he's coming around the guard. He's just punching straight through the guard at this point. Right now, there's outside of the head movement of Barrios, the defense is just getting under that punch, but then he's still getting hit. Going into what, round 8? Is it round 8 or we're going to round 9? Either way, I would still say Barrios is up in the lead, scoring 2 early knockdowns in the first 2 rounds. Ramos coming back with a knockdown in that 7th round and clearly winning the 8th round. I say Barrios is still up though. Okay, we're going into the 8th round. Ramos can crack. Yeah, he obviously can. Barrios needs to get back behind the jab. Get back behind the jab, set up the right hand. Look to counter more. The best shots coming from Ramos right now is the lead right hook and the left. You know it's coming. Catch it and throw it right back. Okay, I see right there he just tried to catch it and shoot it back. Okay, I feel like Barrios is recovered at this point. I can see him actively thinking. Landed some good shots right now. I would agree with that. That the only thing missing is the counter punching. Yes. Because the opportunity is there. The opportunity is there. He sees the shots coming. You know the best punch right now are the hooks. Catch it. Before they came out in the 8th round, the corner instructions to Barrios was to go to the body. Haven't seen him really go to the body as much since then. Couple of times, but it's not a focus, clearly, by neither men. There you go. There's the counter punching that we're all looking to see. At best, Ramos is throwing 3-punch combinations. At best right now. You got to know that in the 8th round. So when you feel the 3, you're expecting a 3-punch combination. What are you coming back with? Where's the counter off the 3rd? Ooh. Rocked him with that right hand. Man. What a turnaround of a fight. Okay, so they haven't said how much they sold at the gate, but they just said that the arena holds 80,000. That's a lot. That's a lot. 80,000, even at best, right? T-Mobile Arena holds, let me ask. Hey Siri, how much capacity does T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas hold? 20,000. 20,000 is what T-Mobile Arena holds in Las Vegas, the mecca of boxing. And Jake Paul is in the Dallas Cowboys arena that holds over 80,000. Insane. Insane. This card has been decent, but I still don't like how the celebrity fights gets more love than real boxing. That's real. But let me put this in perspective, though. I agree. I share the same sentiments as you. But everybody in the industry has to understand the era that we are in, right? How can you still uphold the integrity of the sport of boxing within the era that we're in? This era is all about streaming, social media. I was listening to a podcast earlier this week where two men were having a conversation that were between the ages of, let's just say, 30 and 50, that has children of their own. And their comments were they're like parenting their children that doesn't know a world outside of the internet and AI. That's real. I've had other conversations with people who have kids and people that are in the education industry where a lot of these kids want to be like they're aspiring to be streamers. You know, like when we were in school, I'm 31. When I was in school, right, I wanted to be an entrepreneur because naturally I think that's just what's in me. And then also that's what I saw from my dad. And I knew that I don't like being told what to do. So I knew that that was the best bet. You're your own boss growing up. That's all you had to tell me. Even outside of that, right? I went to college, got my bachelor's degree. And I wanted to have a background in finances and management, right? And I figured that I can use that in many different areas. At the time, I wanted to still be in sports management. I knew that finances was a big part of it. So with having this degree, I could do that. At one point in time, I wanted to be an accountant. Having a financial degree will help me do that. These kids are talking about they want to stream. They want to be streamers. Like, what school are you going to be a streamer? So that's the perspective. We're in an era where social media runs everything. Perception runs everything. Even when it comes to like these big time brands that's been in business for decades at this point, that the CEOs, CMOs, CFOs are all 50 plus. They are flocking to people like the marketing industry are flocking towards people with a social media following, with social media influence. That's what they're going for. Forget how popular you are, forget what awards you have, what accolades you have, how many followers do you have, what's your reach, what's your influence. If we give you our brand kit to promote, how many people can you get to, like, how many people can you influence to go and then purchase that? That's what everybody cares about right now in every single industry. Even I work in hospitality as well. And one of the things with hospitality, you will see a lot of people that has a following on TikTok and Instagram from just doing food reviews and doing reels where they're going to different restaurants showcasing the food and showcasing the drinks, and they're eating for free. They're literally eating at the best restaurants, 5-star restaurants for free because they have a following, and that is the marketing strategy. Forget who knows how to put websites together. Forget who knows how to, I mean, all these people are still important, but it's not at the forefront of the marketing strategy. The marketing strategy is social media presence, social media influence and touch, ads on social media, and ratings. That's it. So I like to see Mario. I would like to see Barrios step around the lead left foot of Ramos a little bit more. Right, he was already setting up the right hand pretty good. He was landing it at ease in the earlier rounds. The fight has taken a turn. I think that it calls for a different strategy. He's still I won't say still, but he's now back on the back foot and he's turning more. He's turning towards the right. I want to see him step to his right, step to Ramos left, and let the right hand go a little bit more. Create a better angle to let that right hand land clearly. Or even step a little bit more lateral. It's a good fight nonetheless. Turned into a great fight. Ooh, hard right hook. Again, around the guard of Mario. I feel like he's just waiting for Ramos to throw. Like he's just waiting for him to land. Chance, the popularity has a major impact of it too, because Tank Ryan did 1 million buys, but the biggest fight for the hardcore fans, Bud versus Arrow, only did 650K. Yeah. Yes, but at what point, both sides, right? The promoter and the fighter, at what point do you get outside of your own way and you see that this is where the money's at? That you see that this is where things are going, that you truly adapt to how things are now, currently, right? Again, we're in a different era. So I think boxing is the most stubborn sport business wise, whereas everybody wants to stick to the same blueprint and they just want to roll it out, fight after fight, event after event, year after year, and there's hardly any real uh like there's no they're not adapting to today's era and to what the fans are where they're at. Like, yeah, you still have those hardcore old school fans, passionate fans that love the sweet science of boxing, but you still have you have a whole new set of fans that are there that are being captured by the celebrity fighters and the YouTubers and the streamers and the misfits. At one point, the old school fans are going to phase out. We're going to phase out. And what have you done in the meantime of that fizzling phase to now capture? Because the demographic has been captured, but what are you doing to capture them? Jake Paul has captured them, but what are you doing to capture them? So we'll see. We'll see. But it's looking like you better get with it or you better get left behind. That's what it's looking like, honestly. We're in the 11th round, and Barrios needs to win these last 2 rounds. He needs to win them. Ooh, good combination. But why you back up? Good combination there. All off the left. Uppercut hook. Nice. But the right hand should have followed behind that 2-punch combination. Right hand over the top. Good fight nonetheless. Good fight. Good fight. You ain't lying though. Jake doing numbers that Canelo hasn't did since he fought Golovkin. Yeah. Yeah, seriously. These fighters better take control. If you wanna save boxing and keep it at the stature that it once was, what it requires for you to fight the best. And we're seeing guys that are being more willing to do that. But it also takes for, again, you to adjust, to make the proper pivot. You can't keep doing the same thing. Like I said, the most profound thing that I heard this weekend was the fact that these kids that are 20 and younger don't know a world without the internet and AI. They don't. And the fact that the goal is to be a streamer, it's not to be a firefighter, it's not to be a police officer, a teacher, an accountant, a doctor, to work on Wall Street, to be I mean, you have your traders now. I feel like that's a big thing, but like it's different. People want to be streamers because of what they see. I think Barrios has, oof, man, I think he did enough early on to win this fight, but the back leg of this fight has been all Ramos. And I thought he was more offensively active in that 11th round. Even want to give him the 11th round, that's Barrios, but Ramos is coming out in this 12th round hard. I think Ramos' mentality right now is that he's going for the knockout, that he needs the knockout to win. He's not the favorite. Mm. At some point, Barrios lost the respect of Ramos. In the first half of this fight, Ramos he gained the respect of Ramos with the right hand, and somehow Ramos has not been scared at all. After what I'm watching, I might pick Stanley Jonas in the unification. Barrios has flaws for sure. Barrios has had some flaws for a while, but there you go. That's what he should have been doing. Man, this has been a tough fight. Look at Barrios' face. There you go. It was there. The whole fight. How he's fighting right now was there. Both these guys' faces right now. Sheesh. Man. Yeah. Good fight. Sheesh. Good fight. Boxing is niche when it gets to a certain skill level. The best guys are not really marketable. Skills don't pay the bills, KOs, and antics do. Yeah, you gotta have a combination of both. You gotta have a combination of both. Like I said, you gotta play the game, you gotta understand the game. Not to get lost in it, but understand it. All right, y'all, give me 1 second, okay? I'll be right back to be in time for the fight being scored. All right, I'm back, guys. Who do y'all have winning this fight? I think Barrios still did enough in the earlier rounds to capture the win here. Um, but man, was it a good fight? Wow. Wow. Split. Wow. I'm not surprised. I definitely thought Barrios did enough to win, but I'm not surprised. That's crazy though. None of these judges was on the same page. I want to see a rematch. Barrios don't need the rematch, but I want to see the rematch. Well, well, well. How Barrios finished that last round, where was that at? We saw it early. You saw that you were in control. I mean, I felt like he was playing it safe. I felt like he was playing it smart. He was playing it right. But I think this is the first time I've ever seen a split draw in the time that I've been like actively following boxing. Okay, get this, y'all. Drake bet against Jake Paul. We already know the Drake curse that is going on. Whenever he bets against a fighter, usually the other fighter wins. Is the Drake curse, I'm going to call it the Drake reverse curse. Is it going to be real? Is Jake Paul going to win? Honestly, I feel like Drake at this point is a part of a betting Ponzi scheme, and he convinces everybody that he's voting for the guy that always ends up losing. And I think in all actuality, like, he's not placing that bet. Like, he's placing that bet, but he's placing another bet too. There's just no way you can have that much bad luck. Just no way. I don't think he needs to run it back, but I wouldn't be mad at the option of running it back. Ramos is tough. He's tough. Good fight, good fight, good fight. Okay, so there's 10 rounds. Undisputed super lightweight. Yo, let me text my girl. Yo ass better be in the ring after the fight is over. Okay? We need that. Yeah, I would. If anybody ever slapped me, I would never be like, I'm so glad that that happened. I understand where he's coming from, but I would never say that. Hmm. So on Netflix, what's going on? Why is buffering? Why is my screen buffering? I did not pay $6.99 for the buffer. You know what's crazy? They didn't offer no free trials. You know, usually when you're signing up for the first time, like, they'll give you the free month or free week trial. Nah, wasn't no free trials, Randy. They said run it up. But $6.99 for a big card like this, you can't beat it. You cannot beat it. I wonder how many people are watching this right now. I wonder how many people are watching, one. How many people signed up for this fight, two. And how many people were current users that are watching this. But seriously, I guess I should have paid $22.99 so it went buffer. What is happening? Is anybody else TV buffering right now? Like, is anybody else TV just stuck? Or is it just me? AB has to pop out. She definitely got to pop out. Definitely got to pop out. Sis, get in that ring and demand that fight. Definitely. Okay, my stuff is open up. Let's hope that it comes back on. Let us pray. All right, here we go. Drake put, how much he put? He put 355,000 on Tyson to win. Okay, Thrill Boxing says Boot in his KOs every champion at 147. Maybe Stanionis survives. Thrill, after the last performance, I can't necessarily say that because he didn't KO Kareem. So I wouldn't go to that stretch. Mike, if you're watching this, I'm sorry, I disagree. But I agree with the route that you're going with the statement. Dallas is low key a great state to fight in. I know recently, like the emphasis has been in Houston, but Dallas not like Dallas has a fighting fan base there. It does. It does. I think had change of subjects. I think had Ashton not suffered the defeat in the fashion that he did, because originally he was supposed to be on this card, right? He was supposed to be on this card. He was supposed to be fighting Kid Austin, but then the whole event happened with Mike Tyson on the plane and them having to postpone the fight, them still giving those guys a fight before this fight because it was a while in between their last fight and when the new announced fight date was, that they put a fight in between. Ashton suffered the defeat that he did in the fashion that he did, getting knocked out pretty badly. I think had he won that fight, he would have been on this card, and that would have been great for him. But I do feel a certain type of way about that fight and the matchmaking for that fight. I think you have these young fighters who, right, they're so thirsty and they're so ambitious and they want to be at the top. They see themselves at the top and they want the opportunity and they believe in themselves so much, but there has to be somebody that protects them from themselves, that says that we're going to take a slower, more gradual pace to get there. We're going to focus on the development. Somehow, the development focus has gone out the window severely. And these young fighters are being pushed so quickly early. Even Jared Anderson. And Top Rank arguably has some of the best matchmakers on their side. And we've seen their matchmaking in effect, and we've seen them pace out fighters, even to the point where you see a guy like Berlanga who leaves because he felt like they were pacing him out too slowly, and he was ready for the bigger fights, the star fights. But I just feel like sometimes there has to be somebody that steps in between and slows down this younger generation, right? Like you got even the Keyshawn's. Like Keyshawn is calling Tank out already. I solely believe that Keyshawn believes that he can beat Tank. I know that he's going to come with it to beat Tank. I think that he makes it a competitive fight, but I do think that there's levels to it. And while I think that Keyshawn is at the top right now, there's still some development phases that are still there for him when it comes to having those bigger top fights against guys like Tank. Even with, right, so that's one example. Who else is young right now? I think Abdullah Mason is really taking his time. I think Top Rank is taking their time with him, and I think that he's allowing for them to take his time with him. There needs to be more guys like that that allows that. You got Kid Austin, right? Kid Austin is already shooting for the top. He's called out Tank. He's called out Shakur. He's called out Devin. He's called out, has he called out Ryan? I don't know. But he's calling all these guys out in various different weight classes. And it's like, bro, just relax. Just relax. I am past my bedtime. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock. You passed your bedtime. It's the weekend. Turn up. I know you got a drink over there. What you drinking? What are you drinking? Let me guess. Let me guess. Is it Tito's? Is it Grey Goose? Is it just a cigar? It's no work in the morning. Come on, Pops. Can't go out on us like that. But anyways, whole point being, I really hate the way that oh, they ain't got Jerry's mic fucked up. Somebody better get the audio on Jerry's. Y'all got Jerry mic off? Somebody better pass their mic up. There you go. Michael knew the assignment. Look at Jerry talking about the NFL. This is Boxing Spotlight. Jerry didn't turn this into the Jerry show. All right, let's get this co-main going. Let's get this co-main going. In the chat, tell me y'all predictions. Let's go. Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano. Who do you have? And why? Who you got winning? How do you have them winning? Are we going to see a knockout? Or is this going to go the distance? Amanda Serrano, as of late, has fought 12 3-minute rounders. In this particular fight, she's back to fighting a 10 2-minute rounder, of which was the same situation with the first matchup. Taylor Serrano won. I'm picking Amanda Serrano in this fight. I think that, like I said before, with her having the experience of going the longer rounds in the not even the longer rounds, the 2 extra rounds, but the additional 1 minute per round, right? So what is that? You have an additional 1 minute for 10 rounds, that's 10 minutes. Then you add another 2 for the additional 12 rounds, the additional 2 to the 12 rounds. That makes a difference. That makes a difference. And I think that is going to lead her in this fight. I think in what you see typically in women's boxing with them fighting 10 2-minute rounders, you see that they rush a lot of their work, and you see that the pace is much faster. And I think that what Amanda has been able to learn over the course of fighting these last couple of fights with additional rounds, additional minutes, she's been able to slow the pace down a little bit more. She's been able to see things a little bit better. She's been able to make adjustments better. She's been able to pace herself out with her activity better. So I think that she's just going to have the upper hand in this fight. I think she's really going to be able to, right? Like they're showing just a slugfest. I don't want to see her get in a slugfest with Katie Taylor. You know that that's where she thrives. And if you give her that, then that's where you make it a 50-50 fight. You truly do. So I don't want her to fight the same exact fight that she fought the first time with her. I want to see her fight from a distance. I want to see her pick her shots. I want to see her land more effectively because she's at a good distance. She's established a range. But we'll see. We'll see. Emotions are high, right? She didn't fight in her last. What was her last fight? Because I know she was supposed to fight in Puerto Rico, and that fight didn't happen because of some vision problems. And the question is, has she fought since then? We're about to find out. So I'm about to look. Why is it not coming up? Okay, let's see. Okay, so she has fought since then. And she got the knockout. Yeah. Why did I think she fought more than one 12 rounder? So she's only fought one. Y'all done wiped off my eyebrows. What the hell? Come on, Netflix. Sick of it. All right, y'all. All right, all right, all right, all right. So I don't know why I was thinking that um, Serrano has fought more than one. Oh, no. I don't know why I thought she fought more than one 12 rounder. I really thought that she had fought. Maybe the fight that was supposed to take place in Puerto Rico was supposed to be 12 rounds. And maybe because of that throwing things off a little bit, she went back to the 10 rounds. Nonetheless, the last fight she won um, either by knockout or TKO. It was a TKO, early stoppage in the second round. Yeah. Anyways, though, I still feel the same way. Chance, the women's fight is going to steal the show. It's going to steal the show. Let's hope it does. Let's hope it does. I do not want a slugfest. Both of them are susceptible to making this fight to be that. And I really don't want that. I really don't want that. One thing about Taylor, I wonder if it's just like the Irish that's in her, but Taylor sounds like every time I don't know, it's something about how she speaks, but I think it's Irish, so I'm not even gonna say anything about it. Disregard. Never mind. Y'all probably know where I was going with that thought, but I'm not gonna elaborate on it. Amanda gonna be on her David Benavidez shit. Walk her down and throw 20 throw 20,000 punches. And Taylor gonna be trying to throw in between all of them too. Just watch. To Kate's question, I think that this is going to go the distance. I really don't think that we're going to get a knockout. I think both women at this point, the durability that they have has been proven. And I just don't see there being a knockout. I would love to see a knockout. I really would, but I don't see it. But to Dre's point, and I guess their fighters meeting or his interview with Katie Taylor and her feeling like in her tune the entire time being that she's going to come in being the same person because she felt like she won that fight. So why does she have to change anything and make any adjustments when what she did originally won her the fight? If she comes in with that same attitude, I don't know. I think it could be an early night. I think it could be. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. Chance, if Amanda win, I want to see her try for double greatness. Go to 147 and fight Michaela Mayer. Chance, take the record off of play. That is not what we want. That is not what we want. I want Alicia Baumgartner to be the challenger for whoever wins this fight. Either one of them. Either one of them. Alicia is a boogeyman. Ain't nobody gonna fight her. She like boots, high risk, low reward. I I think the women's game is a little bit different than the men's game. Right? Like the women don't necessarily have the luxury of being able to pick whoever it is that they want to fight because we know that the money's just not naturally behind them to do that. So is she arguably a boogeyman, if you will? Yeah, because somebody really wants to fight her because they know what she comes with. They know like she's legit, like she's the real deal. But I think that a lot of these women, they're willing to take the biggest fight because it's going to get them more money and more publicity, right? Like taking a lighter fight, unless you're the top dog, it doesn't really benefit you. It really doesn't. And even still, it don't really benefit you financially. Unless you're like Amanda Serrano, who's been able to fight under Jake Paul and make the type of money that she's made. Anybody outside of her don't have that same luxury of being able to like really pick fights and duck fights on the women's side. So, yeah. Okay, so what if we get a scenario where we get AB versus Katie and Amanda versus Sky? Honestly, I think what would be more realistic is potentially flip that. Um, Either way, we'll take it how we get it. Either way, we'll take it how we get it. I think if AB gets Katie, I think AB can knock Katie out because AB skill wise is on a whole totally different level, and she understand like AB fights like I don't want to say she fights like a man because I don't want to make this a gender thing, but like the skill set is so much more superior. The understanding of technique, the understanding of range, the ability to put combinations together, the ability to land shots precisely and to pick them and to land short shots in the inside and to have the power carry behind it is the difference. And I think that Katie has never fought anybody like AB, and I think that AB would knock out Katie. And I give Katie a lot of credit because she has the durability, like I've been saying. I don't think there's a lot of people that can knock out. Like, look at Katie be getting rocked, but she still be 10 toes down, maybe 9. That big toe come up a little bit on the right foot, but for the most part, she be 10 toes down. She's very durable. She's been doing this for a while. It's hard to knock her out. She got a hard chin. But I think that with the precision and the speed and the power and the technique that AB brings, I think that she could knock out Katie Taylor. But what I say when I say I would rather that be flipped than her get Amanda Serrano, I think that's the bigger fight. Both are big fights. But I think her fighting Amanda is a bigger fight financially, marketability, everything wise. Um, and then it's a little bit closer in weight classes than if she went up against Katie. Because think about it, even with Amanda fighting Katie right now, like Amanda's stepping up. I'm sick of this. I'm gonna have to put in my I swear it has to be the plan that I chose. Because why can I not see and make out any faces right now? Chantel Cameron would be a good fight. Yes, she would be a good fight. But the thing is, Cameron's a good fight regardless. But I think AB has earned the right. Like she's undisputed. She's an undisputed champion. She's earned the right to be able to step up and to get that fight. Um, and let's just say that right, she gets the winner out of the fight. It's undisputed versus undisputed. That's a big. We've seen that with Canelo going up against Charlo. So, um, I think Cameron will be a good fight. Let's say this. Let's say Amanda wins. And we can't even say that because the thing, if you fight Cameron, then you're obviously trying to go the route to get Katie Taylor. And I think Katie Taylor is at that point where this may be her last fight. If it's not her last fight, she's one fight removed from retiring. So if I feel like the only way it would make sense to go for Cameron is if you can't get either of them, or if we were in a scenario where Katie Taylor had about 3 or 4 more fights under her belt, then it's like, okay, to get that fight, we're going to go through Cameron to show that we deserve that fight. But that's not necessarily the situation here. This is why we need one champion in boxing so that we can get every good fight in a perfect world. In a perfect world. Yeah, I have so many hangnails, it's crazy. I need to get a manicure. But I can't even say that because I feel like when you get a manicure, they really be messing up your nails. Your cuticles and everything be messed up. I think my hangnails are bad now. That would be worse. I'm hype. This is my hype face. Bye-bye. Come here. Let's go. Let's go. Say hi to the people, Baba. Oh, say hi. Y'all, Huskies are the most dramatic dogs I've ever encountered. Baba, say hi. Look, right there. You ready for the fight? You ready for the fight? You want to say hi to the people? You want to say hi to the people? Baba, look, right here. Up. Baba, can you sit? Oh, good boy. You say hi to the people? Oh, yeah. Isn't he so handsome, guys? He's so handsome, isn't he? Katie looked nervous. She looked nervous. I'm joking. Why is she walking so slow now? Making my way downtown, walking fast. That's what that made me think of.
nothing but mad respect for Katie Taylor. What she's brought to the sport, you just have to give it to her. She looks locked in. I just feel the emotion just vibrating through this stadium. It is a special night for boxing. It is a special night for women's boxing.
All right, with the official introduction from AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, here once again is Big Mo.
Okay, so this fight is being, I think it's being take place at 140. Yeah, right. So Amanda stepped up. Amanda stepped up from 126 to 140 to take on this fight. So again, that's why I say if Amanda wins, it makes the most sense for AB to fight Amanda because they're closer in weight. Now I think that I 100% feel like AB and know that she could step up to 140 and challenge Katie Taylor, but fighting Amanda makes the most sense. And I think also if you think about the first matchup, right? I think it shows the difference in how women carry their weight in different classes as opposed to men. Like there's a different type of weight impact when it comes to stepping up in different weight classes from the female side to the male side. Let's go. It's showtime. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, y'all.
Okay, ladies, for the undisputed world championship, give me a good, clean fight. Obey my commands, protect yourselves at all times. Best gloves, good luck.
I feel like Amanda, from just the appearance, she looks super laser focused. And I feel like Katie's more so like just present in the moment. Right? It's saying the same thing, but it's saying something differently. I think Amanda's a little bit more like on edge, got the chip on her shoulder, whereas Taylor is more so like, all right, let's go, we here.
Celebrating the evolution of women's boxing. This is round one, but really round 11. Following that instant classic 2 years ago. And if you look at what
Okay, Katie looks good. The movement looks good. She looks light on her feet. It's probably the most lightest I've ever seen her moving on her feet, on her toes. Usually, I feel like she's a little flat-footed.
Dig deep and really storm back in that last 30 seconds of the 10th round. Hey, Riddick Bowe and Holyfield, they have some company for the 10th round, Roy. What a round it was.
Yeah, it was one of the most epic rounds in the sport of boxing that I've seen. Definitely the biggest round ever in female boxing.
Okay, I see right now. Oh, close the distance already. Here we go. Slugfest. Control the distance. What I was going to say was I could see this fight going in the sense of, right, like Katie's fighting off the back foot. She looks a little bit more agile than normal. The task with Serrano is going to be cutting off the ring.
Stay away from that corner because if Serrano catches her, it's going to be really a tough night for Katie Taylor.
Katie putting the flurry together, okay. Nothing really being effective, though. Right? Cutting off that ring, keeping her in front of her. She let her escape out. But she did throw the left hand to try to keep her there. I think it's a matter of just gauging the distance at this point, knowing that if she closes the distance, Katie's going to force her and make her smother her work. Ooh, she rocked her with that. Oh, shit. One thing I see right now, when Serrano go, not Serrano, I don't know why I keep messing up their names. When Taylor goes to not even close the distance, when she goes to clinch, I need for Serrano to take a step back. I don't need for her to engage in that because she's falling right into the trap of being clinched and then smothering her work. Bah! Right on the chin. Ooh. She should have came right back with the hook, though. I need more than one punch combinations. What I tell you, Jazz, Amanda is a Puerto Rican Benavidez. Amanda got dominate in her hands.
Yeah, but you see Serrano being a lot more economical with punches this time. She's not just going to war. She's boxing, fighting smart. And I think this is going to be a different fight for her fighting this way. She knows that's just putting on the gas all the time, but with you.
Amanda's doing good with staying behind her punches, right? Like she's not lunging, she's not leaning forward. Like she's throwing solid punches, but it's not coming in front of her lead foot. Ooh. Both women exchanging left hooks there. I like the subtle steps forward that Amanda is taking. Right behind every punch, she's taking a step forward. I like that. She's staying behind the lead foot, but she's taking a step forward with every punch. Again, the only difference is right here. When she closes the distance, she got to be able to take a step back because she knows that Katie wants to just smother. She knows she wants to clinch. But right there, Katie's doing a good job of throwing punches from range. Trying to grab her and turn her, and Amanda did a good job of letting her hands go. There you go. Every time Taylor takes a step forward, let the hands go. Good left hook. The rounds are so quick. The round is over already. My scorecards are 2 rounds to Amanda. 20-18. What I'd like to see from Amanda stepping into this third round is I would like to see her continue to press the fight, but in spurts, I would like for her to press the fight, take the steps forward, let her hands go. But the moment, again, that she sees Taylor trying to exchange punches in between, take a step back, bait her, step forward, throw your punches, take a step back, get out of range, right? Because when she takes a few steps forward and she's landing cleanly, that's where the smothering happens. That's where now Taylor matches her and she's coming in and she's also stepping forward. And she's, in a sense, lunging in just a little bit. I want to say lunging, she's rushing in. Right? But this is where you see like the tanks that do a great job. Where they'll press the fight, but then they'll like step back a little bit, take some steps back, initiate, allow for the offense to come so that you can counter off of it, so that you can set baits, set traps. Good job from Katie.
Katie Taylor is being smart fighters, punches, Serrano because Serrano is delivering power punches.
Right, like right here, I'm taking a step back. Let's recenter. Let's get back to the center of the ring. I want to invite you in. Good combinations. She rocked her with that. Right? Take a step back, though. I'm not mad at the way that this fight is going right now. I'm not. I feel like the pace that we're at right now is better than what we saw in the first fight.
You ready for tonight? How do you feel about the disrespect he's been constantly throwing your way? Is it fueling you to get you more violent result?
Mike about to get high as hell after this fight on them edibles and them shrooms. Oh, and he didn't get his nigga a kiss. You made me look at that. I'm weak. I am. Why they got Mike's whole ass cheeks on TV? Yo. Yeah, it has been acting up a little bit. I'm saying I couldn't tell if it was me with the $6.99 the plan that I chose or what, but yeah, it's been buffering. Yo, you just missed it. You just missed Mike Tyson ass all over Netflix. I'm weak. I cannot believe that they showed that. Did you see it?
No, I'm about to see it though because this is also part line. I'm just showing the cut.
Yeah, I cannot. I cannot believe it. Mike around and had the whole ass cheeks out. He had the, oh my God.
I'm gonna miss that.
You know how they had the couple one?
Yeah.
This guy didn't know how to do it. Oh my God, I'm done. I'm in tears. Oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna call you after the fight because I'm live, okay?
Okay, but what round are you on? I'm sorry.
What round is this? It's on the Amanda Serrano Katie Taylor fight. Oh my God, y'all. I am done. It's going into the fifth round. 10.
Going to the fifth.
The fifth.
I'm on a 6 or 10. Yeah, you're behind.
I'm behind? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because I'm on 6 right now. All right, bye.
All right, bye. Why they do Mike like that, y'all? First of all, oh my gosh. Okay. Let me will it back in. Let me will it back in. Oh my God. Why I get on Instagram? Okay. Oh my gosh. Whew. Whew. It is real tears coming. Okay. Okay. Oh God. It's like I cannot get the image out my head, y'all. It's like I cannot get the image out. I OMG.
Taylor forced to back up again to the ropes and just unable to get on track, unable to build any rhythm, find her timing. She is feeling the pressure, the mental and the physical pressure of Serrano, and yet this is smart. The ring IQ is there for Taylor. She has to reset.
Oh man. Oh my gosh. Are none of y'all dying like I am right now? Like, was that not the wildest, most honest, unexpected thing ever? Oh, whew. He stole the show with that one. He stole the show with that one. I got it. Oh. All right. Laugh of the night. I missed the entire 6th round. Wonderful. Child.
And it's great to hear from so many of my former colleagues at WWE. Glad you're enjoying boxing on Netflix.
I just cannot. I just really cannot. Like it won't clear off. Oh my gosh, y'all. I swear I'm done.
Just the nature of the stance. Both of the backhands have to make so much room to the hook. Both of the backhands have to come too far forward.
Whew. Okay, here we go. There she goes. She cutting off the ring now. Looking good. Looking in control. Oh, she felt that. That cut. Damn. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Like the eyelid is hanging out. Damn. I missed it. Was it accidental headbutt? Accidental headbutt, or was it? Fuck. That thing hanging. It's a wrap. Ooh, it's a wrap. It was an accidental headbutt. Nah, that shit hurt. You could tell. I know that hurt. Okay, I'm targeting that eye. Right there. Take a step back. Get your distance. Get your range. See, if Amanda had the ability to land the shots cleanly in the inside and to shorten up her shots, then ref, break it up. Damn. You know the eyelid is hanging. Do you want the fight to continue or not? Shit. But Amanda, to me, she doesn't have the ability to land short shots in the inside. That's why I'm telling her to take a step back. Whereas anybody else that's a little bit more slicker, knows how to roll punches, knows how to get under, pull back, fire back, like, okay, but that's not her. So that's why I'm saying take a step back. Chance, I'll let it go, okay? Don't bring it back up. Please don't. Ugh. See what I'm saying? Katie landed a good shot in the inside, though. Yes. Velocity cuts. Yes. This is the female Gotti ward, 100%. But here's the thing. This fight isn't going to end in a knockout. So, we're around what, 8? I mean, 3 more rounds? Round 7. Yeah. Three more rounds, including this one, 4. Fighting like this, the fight's going to get called. Not oh goodness, oh goodness. That needs some glue in the corner. We getting the exact same fight as we did as the first fight. We are now entering into those charted territories where we're getting the same exact fight. Ooh, good uppercut. Then pull back some. God dang. How much do I have to say it?
Taylor's capitalizing on that headbutt cut, not only with her fist, but also with her head. You see her pulling in,
Mm.
right against it.
See right there, she should have kept her elbow on the inside there, protect herself. Let the ref break it up. Yeah, this will never not be funny.
Both girls landing there. A man with that good hand and right hook.
Well, Ross, anime trainer for Katie Taylor, agreeing with us. And we talked about it. He wants her to reset. He wants her to clinch, not to get in the firefight, not to square up, not to stay in front of her. Easier said than done against a next level machine.
Left hook.
Serrano, who got tagged with a left toe by Taylor.
See, Amanda's doing a better. Taylor's doing a better job now, fighting off that back foot, but still being able to like land her shots and step back a little bit. That's what I wanted Amanda to do.
See, this is why I like 2 minutes. They never get a chance to get too tired. They're not too giving us action.
That incredible 7th round, I need to reiterate this. They combined 89 landed, 170 thrown in 2 minutes.
Exactly.
Faster than the Kentucky Derby.
And Warner, what happened?
And it's incredible. Right, oh, and the left hand by Taylor. Catches Serrano. My goodness. So much leverage on those punches.
Both of them doing real shots now.
Yeah. Roy, do you think that's
I think at this point, Amanda has fallen in love with the thrill of the sport and of fighting and of being exciting because she's too experienced to fight this way. Y'all trading punches is like, it's exciting. I love it. We all want to see it. It's a great fight. Oh, for what? Head for wait for what though? You can't help but to headbutt somebody when you guys are fighting the way that you're fighting. You taking a point, and this is their technique.
Once again, they both just fighting. Nothing right there. They both just fight, they're pushing forward. I don't see how you blame her or how you took a point for headbutt right there.
Well, we are going to find out momentarily as they continue to work away on the cut. Mike Bazell earning his money here tonight, working the cut of Amanda Serrano. You better change something. Referee John Shirley is warning Taylor, you better change something.
This is how this is how Taylor fights all the time. Like I said, I thought that this was gonna be a slugfest. The first fight I felt was a slugfest. They're like just going at it, just exchanging punches. It's just whoever could throw the fastest, throw the most, We're gonna rock out with that. Where's there's no head movement, there's no slipping, there's no get under the punches, there's no targeting the body. It's just straight head hunting, standing in the phone booth. Exciting fight. But how do you even call this fight? How do you even call this?
She leaves for her head, man. She's such a nice person outside, but she goes in there, she's so dirty. A lot of her opponents have been cut, headbutted. She leaves for her head, man. That's her best attribute. I'm concerned that you with the cut. It's bad. It impairs your vision. Amanda's a warrior, new warrior coming up.
This is exactly how the fight went with Cameron. I thought Cameron should have won that last fight, but literally, this is how Katie fights. This is how Katie fights. And for whatever reason, she brainwashes and like convinces her opponents to fight the same exact fight. Serrano was a dog, but no need to lose an eye like it's a real fat ass kid. Listen, she's a fighter at heart. She's not gonna lay down whatsoever. If they called the fight at that moment, she would have been devastated. We got one more round. But the thing is why give in to the fight that you know Katie wants you to fight? I don't want to say you're so much better, but like you offer so much more. Why fall into the hands? And I think Katie Taylor mystically has the ability to but to pry her fighters, her opponents into fighting the fight that she wants to fight. And that's this. The Cameron fight, the same exact fight. The first fight between them, the same exact fight. For whatever reason, her opponents feel like if I just outthrow her, I'll be good. You're not knocking Katie Taylor out. For me, like there has to be some technique, like they just said, and there has to be a level of separation. There has to be a distance established. Right? Like they both just met at the center of the ring and now they're just exchanging punches. Again, exciting fight. Like it's very exciting, but I just know that Amanda possesses so much more. And with the cut, right? Like there was no adjustment with her having a cut. Like she's falling into the same fucking fight. Now watch Katie win this fight.
Looking to equal the all-time female record of 32 knockouts, currently held by Hall of Famer Christy Martin. Taylor Serrano fishing for the KO. Final 60 seconds.
Katie has the best of hands. When those combinations she goes, she didn't tell them to move. She's hurting. Look at her. Look at her. They're both hurt. Somebody goes to the body. They were doing very good. Nobody goes to the body here. That's it. Who's going to fight? And Amanda's a dog for up there. She bleeds. She don't care nothing about those eyes. She just got a good body shot by Amanda.
Katie Taylor, one of Ireland's most decorated athletes. Amanda Serrano, all about Puerto Rican power. With blood, guts, glory, history.
Ooh. Ooh. Listen, I'm telling you, Taylor might have won this fight. I think the ref could have did a better job of separating though. Of breaking the fight up. Sheesh. Sheesh. Sheesh, Bubba. Yes, handsome. What do you want? Yes. Yes.
Look at the face of Amanda Serrano. The headbutts, the cuts, the adversity. And now we wait and see. It was a debatable, controversial split decision the first time around. Let's go.
You see, Anthony was Katie throwing 4 or 5 punch combinations every time she could. Amanda come back, pain to the body, pain to the head.
If I had to say, Taylor got the point deducted. Oof. I don't know. I think this is either going to be a draw, or I think that they're going to score it in favor of Taylor. I think Amanda started off well. She was the aggressor. She had Katie off the back foot. But when it comes to who had the game plan that succeeded here, I will say that it was Taylor. She forced Serrano to fight the fight that she wanted.
96, 90 flip Anna Serrano. 6 rounds to 4. But go to round number 8. I had that as the 10-9 Katie Taylor round.
Honestly, like I said, it's either going to be a draw, or I really think that it's going to be in Taylor's favor. They probably going to make it a draw. She should have displayed boxing skills. This shit was like a fight on the 5th Street. Yeah.
We have witnessed a celebration of the warrior spirit that inspires fans.
Either a draw, or I think that it's going to be
Nate Palmer of Indiana and Jesse Reyes of Texas
Taylor.
to determine who leaves undisputed champion at 140. Will Serrano join Taylor and Clarissa Shields as the only undisputed champions in 2 divisions? I know we're waiting on pins and needles. We don't have to wait anymore. Here is Big Mo.
But here's the thing. Why was everything on Mike's body oily but his ass? That nigga ass was ashy as hell. Oh God. Everything was sweating but Mike's ass. Okay, let's see. Let's tune back in. Ooh, close. Really? I told y'all. I told you. Taylor forced Amanda to fight her fight. That was distinguished enough.
I think this is going to be an asterisk on Katie Taylor's legacy. I thought Amanda Serrano won the fight not just because she's a believer. I'm just saying that she was a warrior. With that headbutt, she just kept going and going to more effective, more power punches.
You lost the first one. Where's the lesson that's learned? You know, the whole entire time we never got a chance to hear what the corner said. Either that, or I was so stuck on Mike Tyson's ass that I didn't hear the corner. I don't know. Oh. Final punches landed. Amanda Serrano landed 324 punches, opposed to 217 of Katie Taylor's punches. That says a lot. I'm telling you. She didn't differentiate herself. She didn't separate herself.
On the win, congratulations on another instant classic. What were you thinking before the judges announced the scorecards? Did you think you had done enough to win this fight?
Well, it's obviously very hard to tell during the fight, but I knew it was an absolute slugfest and an absolute war. And I'm just thank God that I won the title. Congratulations to Amanda. She's a fantastic champion. I think we may agree to 12 kicking around their next fight, so the triple is on.
Obviously, this crowd not agreeing with the decision, the broadcast team as well. How did you rebound after that first round? It seemed like she rocked you late, and you were able to come back. How did you rebound?
That's what boxer does. We train so hard to recover from those moments. Any punch can change a fight, boxer, and she's a hard puncher. She's a very tough warrior, and I was prepared for that. I don't care if the commentary team or the crowd disagree with the result. Don't even matter what's the power of the judges around the ring. So thank God.
Obviously, the cut was very significant. Her team said that you were fighting dirty. What is your response to them, and of course, the point deduction as well?
Well, I definitely agree with the point deduction, but I certainly wasn't fighting dirty. Sometimes it just it gets rough in there, and you have to prepare for those moments.
As far as your career and all the great accomplishments that you had, where does this moment rank for you?
This is an amazing moment again for women's boxing, and we put on a show, we put on a performance again for everybody, and just thank God for another amazing night.
I'd like to get a word here with Amanda Serrano. A great moment here. Arlington, show these two great warriors the respect that they deserve. And there's the cup right over there. Amanda,
She don't even feel it. She's just looking at it.
your immediate reaction to the judges' scorecards.
Listen, I knew everyone said the judges it was going to be a little shaky, but listen, I came here, I chose to be great. I went up 3 divisions.
3.
Also, 2,
From 126 to 140.
I went up 3 divisions. I am the featherweight champion of the world. And I want to be great. Oh yeah, fight the best. And listen, it is what it is. I'm a featherweight, man.
Yeah, but she's a featherweight, but she held her own. Regardless of the scorecards, I do feel like she fell into the game plan of Katie Taylor once again. And you knew she was going to headbutt you. You knew she was going to smother you. You knew she was going to rush in. But where was the adjustment? Where was the, like I said, taking a step back, baiting her in, leading her in, taking different angles? Like, to me, I wouldn't be saying this if I didn't feel like Amanda had the skill to bring this to the canvas. But yeah, definitely stepping up from 126 to 140 is, I mean, it's saying something. I think it's a little bit different, like I said, on the women's side than the men's side. Like, the weight is carried a little bit differently. But she held her own. She held her own. Stepping up 3 weight classes, she held her own.
Absolutely, he has to be proud of you. What you did tonight, once again, with Katie Taylor, nothing short of amazing. She alluded to the fact that she would be open to a third fight. I'm assuming you would be as well.
Listen, it's up to the team.
And we get a fair referee, one that knows what he's doing, and is going to do what he has to do, because when you're getting headbutted repeatedly.
Yeah, the ref definitely should have stepped in a little bit more. It should have been a little bit more involved in, like, breaking up the clinch, but that was to be expected. It was to be expected with this fight.
If you look at Katie Taylor's fights, you'll see a lot of her opponents have gone out with grotesque swelling in their head. Look at the way Chantel Cameron looked. Cuts in their face. She fought Nina Mente, stopped the fight on cuts, headbutt. So that's nothing new. That's what they do. They lead with their head. And Katie's a beautiful person, but has an extremely huge head.
Now she got a big head.
That would be something nice, right?
Yeah, an MMA fight. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I think the world would love to see you two in a ring or a cage. One more time, final word, Jordan.
Mind you,
None of it's gonna be the same fight. Honestly, I'm not buying it.
26 pounds. They say that Amanda's not a 126 pounder, but try fighting at 114, 118, 122, 126, and tell me that someone at 135 can drop those weights. Amanda's a little girl, but you know what? With a huge
That little girl.
we love you. Tomorrow we'll be in Puerto Rico.
Thank you so much, Jordan. Amanda, congratulations on another incredible fight. Arlington, make some noise for both Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor.
Yes, Serrano has never been knocked down in the ring, but the judges have knocked her down twice against Katie Taylor, and it's heartbreaking and crushing. And let's revisit again this symphony of violence, the beauty and brutality that makes this sport so amazing. Highlight of the night, presented by Celsius. Ron, take it away.
All right. We're on to the big one.
Probably too much, but like I said, anytime the left-handed fight and the right-handed fight come together, they usually happen. So it's not just this fight, it's not just these two, but I don't think it's intentional. I just think it's just the way it fights.
It's sad that it will take away from again. We're talking another fight of the year here, guys.
Yes, you gotta respect Katie Taylor. I do not like the hate that's going on.
All right,
You still gotta respect her.
Netflix making this in November to remember by streaming a main event unlike any we have seen. It's a fight that no one saw coming, but the world will be watching. And to set the table for Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, let's go back to Kate Scott.
All right, y'all. All right. We got the event of the night. A little controversy in this co-main event, but we got the fight of the night coming up. All right, y'all. I'm gonna take a break again, and I'm gonna be right back with y'all. Let me know y'all last minute predictions for this Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight, okay? And I'll be right back.
Legendary one, in fact. You decided you wanted back in. All reason to be dead.
No other 58-year-old is doing this because they can. Okay? Who's understanding? See, my blood came from the bottom. I was living in the mud. I've been working so hard. I'm never looking up here. Like when you can do that, make me stop.
Two pretty improbable stories, right? But what if they collided? And what if we all had a chance to find out what happened next? For Jake Paul, just remember, if this feels like a culmination of everything he's been working towards, he still sees it as just a start.
I'm going to become a world champion way faster than people are expecting.
How do you take over a sport? You topple one of its biggest names and force everyone to reckon with what you built.
I'm the next world champion.
Call Mike Tyson the baddest man on the planet. It was a reflection of how dangerous he seemed, how powerful he appeared. But now, what does Mike have left? What is he still capable of? How good is Jake really? How high can he climb? More questions with timeless opinions.
what is going to happen once the bell rings tonight. Jake Paul only has 11 pro fights. Can he beat an all-time great? Mike Tyson is a killer, yes, but he is 58 years old.
All right, y'all. We are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. I don't see no predictions in the chat. What's going on? Who y'all got? Who do you guys got? Sessions. Y'all. We got the main event coming up. Paul versus Tyson. Honestly, I don't know what to expect right now. I really don't. I don't know what we're about to get. Hopefully Mike Tyson feet don't get stuck in mud. I think the first round is going to be very telling. Between the first and 2 rounds. My early bold predictions was that Jake Paul is going to come out fast. He's going to get clipped in the first round. He's going to get rattled, come out in the second round. And the most boldest prediction that I've ever made. Mike Tyson was going to knock him out in the second round. But now I'm feeling like Jake Paul is going to come out in this first round, and he's going to kind of be more observant, be a little bit more patient with the pace of the flow of everything. I think he's going to try to bait Tyson in a little bit, take the round off a little bit, like really use that first round like you see some of the more veteran fighters do, where they fill it out. You know, allow for it to be that true fill out round. I got a feeling that's what Jake Paul is going to do coming into this first round. And it's going to be very telling if he does that. If Mike comes out and Mike shows that he has, like he's 10 steps behind. I think Mike can lay it on hard, pause, right? He come with a flurry of shots, but it's the reaction that I'm worried about. The punch is coming back at him, especially with Jake Paul. I think Jake Paul will be loading up so much that he'll be able to see it, but is he going to be able to get out the way of it? That's my question. I got my pilot, my popcorn. I'm ready for fireworks.
Did you just get in today, or have you been here all week?
I actually live in Dallas, so I've been here a couple of days.
What do you want to see happen in that ring? Break it down for me. What round and what's happening?
I'm just glad that Netflix put this beautiful pay-per-view event together. I'm sitting here next to Gronk. Gronk, stand up.
Come on, bro.
Me and Gronk gonna put together NBA versus NFL.
When is this happening?
Coming soon. I'm talking boxing, fighting, football, basketball.
Everybody trying to promote on Netflix. I never knew Cedric to be a fighter fan, a boxing fan. I cannot believe we're getting this fight, y'all. I really can't. There's been so many emotions. Right, I'm excited for it, but there's been so many waves of emotions. Can't believe we're here. And we also got Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. To be in awe of the level of production and execution for this fight, to the bold predictions, to now seeing a whole totally different play out. I'm prepared for some unpredictable stuff to take place. I think Tyson's going to make this fight dirty too. I think Tyson's going to make the fight dirty. I think he's going to want to show him what it's like to really be in the ring, not with a real boxer, but with Mike Tyson. I think what Jake Paul is going to realize is that, like Roy said, Mike is hard to hit. I think that the pressure and I think that the movement is going to be something that he could have never prepared himself for. And I think that it's going to give him some difficulty. I think that it's going to be hard for him to line up his punches. I think it's going to be hard for him to hit the target. But all it takes is one punch. Mike's not coming in throwing no jabs. That's one thing. It's just like, how do you really prepare for Mike Tyson? How do you prepare for that style? How do you even gain the room of separation to even be able to line anything up? I guess I don't know what to expect. Got my popcorn. Hopefully I still have some left by the time the fight starts. What song do you guys think that they're walking out to?
Almost time for our main event featuring Jake Paul and Iron Mike Tyson. Here to weigh in on the betting angle for you is DraftKings Sportsbook analyst Dan Canobio. Dan, tell me how you see this one going down.
Thanks, Kate. The time has come. Jake Paul is the betting favorite in this fight. DraftKings has had these odds up since June and has seen action on both sides leading up to tonight. Paul is minus 220 on the money line, meaning you have to wager $220 to profit 100 on Jake to win. As crazy as it is to see Mike Tyson in a ring in 2024, it's even crazier to see him as an underdog in a fight. For a $100 bet on him would pay out $180. We know that Mike's power is legendary, and Jake has shown that that right hand can be lethal. Both men have said that this fight is not going a distance. I tend to agree. I think Jake by stoppage at plus 140 is a very good bet. There's also a great chance that Mike turns back the hands of time and finishes Paul. I also love Mike to win in either round 1 or 2, which would pay out plus 650 on DraftKings. This fight is projected not to go the distance at minus 180, but if you think you get a full 8 rounds, the $100 bet on yes to go the distance at plus 130 pays out $130. The round line is set at 6.5, near even money on both sides there. Kate, enough from me. Let's see how this fight plays out.
Yes, so DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of Paul versus Tyson. And right now, all new customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and use the code RING when you sign up. Okay, everybody, this is AT&T Stadium, home to the first ever live boxing event on Netflix. We are streaming live around the world for you, counting down to the hugely anticipated showdown between Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. So here's what we all want to know in this fight. Is Jake Paul good enough to beat even an older Mike? Does Mike Tyson still got it? We're about to find out. For Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, let's go ringside to Mauro Ranallo.
Thank you very much, Kate. And yes, when you talk about Jake Paul, from pranks to punches, his knockouts have gone as viral as his videos. And by facing a global sports icon in Mike Tyson, he has manifested the main event of his dreams. And guys, Paul's power has proven to be a nightmare. Let's take a look back at Jake Paul's
Oh God, they about to milk this out. Just give us a fight.
Decision.
And yet, Paul doubled down, changed trainers, moved to Puerto Rico, and took on the man out of the stop that slapper, Nate Diaz. And again, Jake Paul, yes, a mixed martial artist, boxers, but here's a guy learning on the job and making major headlines doing it.
This is all on the ground.
Oh, devastating, vicious uppercut, and it's that right hand. There was a left hook on bare knuckle fighter Mike Perry, who replaced Mike Tyson on short notice after Tyson had health issues, scuppering their July plans. But here he is now, locked in, working out with Deontay James III, his trainer. And when moments like this, what's going through his head here? Just trying to work up a sweat, get into a rhythm.
That and trying to figure out what things may work early, what things may work late, and what's going to be
This is the first fight that we're going to see Jake Paul fighting from other than black and white. Like half black, half white.
7 knockouts, and now, well, there is his brother, Logan Paul. Watched Floyd Mayweather in an exhibition has really opened up a lot of people's eyes as a WWE wrestlers. The brothers bonding in the dressing room as he gets ready to face the former undisputed heavyweight champion, a man who tonight wants to turn back the clock to a time when he was undeniably the baddest man on the planet. I'm talking Iron Mike Tyson.
Yes, he was the best man on the planet. He had some fast hands, very explosive knockouts, punching power that we hadn't seen since George Foreman. So he's a beautiful system to see in the ring. I mean, knocking out big guys. And what we don't also talk about a lot was he also took a great punch. A lot of those guys put a big punch first, and he still was able to come back and knock them out. Like this, I'm good.
This is where he became the youngest heavyweight champion in history. 20 years, 4 months, trouncing
rounds. He would go on to become the undisputed champion. And here he is, beginning that journey to undisputed status against Pickle Thomas.
Pickle Thomas gave him a minute, gave him a little time for a little while. And he finally caught Pickle Thomas. He went to work on it. I was saying a lot, so people didn't go out easy.
He had no answer for that battle.
Yes. Yeah, Tyrell Banks.
All right, draw. It's looking like the popcorn's gonna be gone by the time the fight starts. That's what it's looking like.
Yeah, Tony Todd. Another left hook, I'm sure. There he goes. Mike is something in trouble with that left hook and the right uppercut. Power with both hands. Something that we haven't seen.
This was the apex of his career. When he reversed the Spinks jinx, wiping out Michael's face. An incredible fighter in his own right, and yet in just 91 seconds, sent Spinks into retirement.
That body shot was devastating.
And of course, that fateful night, February 1990, Mike Tyson goes to Japan to face 42-1 underdog James.
Oh yeah, my headphones are dying.
But then the unthinkable happened.
Shocked the world.
Yeah, once again, like world, right uppercut, followed by right hook, left hand, right hand, brilliant punches by both
This is what I'm gonna do.
shot the world.
I'm gonna do an intermission until the fight starts. Okay? And I'm gonna charge my headphones in the meantime. All right, guys, we are back. We are back. We are back. We are back.
Tyson said he was going to feed it to his fellowship. All brought it back. And yeah, we can all feel it.
Here we go, y'all. Oh man, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna sit back on this fight. Relax for this one. The pigeons, though. The pigeons have been drawn out. Chat, where you at? Where you at? Who's tapped in right now? Who you got? Who you got going into the main event?
Jake Paul, Mike Tyson have attracted an audience of 72,300 here at AT&T.
I see I got 4 people watching. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Chat's being real silent since the cards were announced for the Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor fight. I got a Velocity City saying that it was a robbery. At the end of that fight, I said that at best, I would not be surprised if it was a draw. And if not a draw, if it was ruled in Taylor's favor. Did I think that Amanda had did enough to win? I did. But when you see a fight, when you see a fighter who fights a particular way, or who is successfully able to bait her fighters, her opponents, to fight her fight, sometimes it doesn't matter to the judges, to their eyes sitting ringside, how effective you may have been because you fought their fight. And in this particular fight that we just seen versus Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor, it was a inside battle. It was exchanging punches, throwing punches in between punches. It's very hard to score that type of fight. I can imagine live at the arena, sitting ringside, let alone me seeing it from the TV screen. So I'm not surprised at how the judges scored that fight. Again, I thought Amanda did enough to win, but she didn't separate herself. She fell into the strategy of Katie Taylor. You know these things about Katie Taylor, and you fell suspect to it. Y'all know what I'm saying? Mike said he is not going to lose. Did you hear what he said? Let's go. Mike got the knee brace on though. Know what they say about a fighter coming in with a knee brace? Let's get it. Mike said, fuck the car, I'm gonna walk out. Oh shit, Mike almost tripped. May not have been the smartest thing. Mike probably should have got a ride out to the ring too. Like, I wonder what is going on in his mind right now. Is he just clicked out and he's just so focused in the moment? Or is there actual thoughts right now in his head? I really can't tell. I wonder what that felt like for Mike. To step into the ring again. Yeah, I'm a little nervous. Slightly nervous right now.
Incredible and unbelievable. All I can say. Streaming live around the world on Netflix. We are set for the official introductions for tonight's main event. Here one more time is Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event of the evening. 8 2-minute rounds in the heavyweight division. Sanctioned by the Texas State Athletic Commission. Promoted by Most Valuable Promotions and brought to you by Worldwide.
Here we go now.
Our judges at ringside from Texas, Boris Cole. From Texas, David Yamaguchi.
Here we go.
So, viewers joining us around the world on Netflix, to those of you joining us right here in Texas, are you ready to make history? And let's take the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing the silver and chrome trunks. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall. He weighed in at 227.2 pounds. He holds a near perfect professional record of 10 victories, opposite just 1 defeat, with 7 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Serrano, Puerto Rico, by way of Cleveland, Ohio, USA.
Fighting out of Puerto Rico. What? Since when? Hey, 58 years old. 58. Yeah, I think Mike Tyson about to get slapped. I don't know what just came over me, but something just came over me, And the look on his face right now, I don't know, it's given that Mike Tyson about to get slapped. Like I said, I'm very nervous. Maybe it's my nerves kicking in. Maybe it's my nerves. Let's go, though. Let's go. Hell of an introduction. This man ain't showed one emotion. This man hasn't shown one emotion from the time he walked to the ring, to the introduction, to now meeting in center of the ring. Who is this judge? I ain't never seen him before. Herpa, who is this man? Bubba, let's go.
Jake Paul told us he's wearing the most expensive fight shorts ever with a price tag of $1 million for the full wardrobe. His appearance has 380 carats in diamonds.
Who cares? Who cares?
He wants to shine bright like a diamond here tonight as he is standing across.
Bubba, you ready for this fight? You ready for this fight, Bubba? Yeah, let's watch this fight. Come on. Oh, shit. Mike ain't playing no games, okay? Mike is not fucking around. Woo! Okay, wait a minute now. I'm getting too excited. Woo! Shit just got real. Mike, don't get slept, though. Don't sleep, Mike. Don't sleep. But Mike is coming with that fire. Mike coming with the fire. Yo, Mike is not fucking around, y'all. And you could tell Jake is, look, he's trying to relax a little bit. You see him throwing his arms down, trying to flesh him out some. Ooh, okay. Don't sleep, Tyson. Don't sleep. There's that punch. Get the head movement. Get that. We talked about the time. I spoke about the timing. Mike is showing some ferocity about himself, but the head movement ain't the same. It's like a half-ass head movement. You can see the age in it, but at the same time, he's still throwing them bombs. Ooh. Good jab. But then, yep, that right hand. Even Tyson said, ooh. Jake's still trying to let them nerves come out, let the butterflies come out. You can see it in the deep breath that he took before the round just started. You see Paul on the move. Tyson needs to be careful with them jabs though, because he rushing in with them jabs. I think it's perfect setup for a counter by Jake Paul. You see he throwing them looping right hands. Tyson coming right back with him. Okay, maybe Paul's a little bit more in the flow now. Okay, there we go. There's the movement right there. I think right there you can see Paul trying to make it a fight, because I think Paul could have exchanged right there when he was up against the ropes, and he chose not to. He chose to clinch instead. I think he's a little bit more comfortable now, which is dangerous. A little bit more comfortable to stand right in front of Mike. Before he was on his bike, he was moving a little bit. Now he's standing right in front of him. I think if Paul double up the left hand, he'll find some success. I think Tyson's back now. He's a little bit more defensively sounded right now, a little bit defensively minded. Ooh. He threw that left hook though with a purpose. Like he was trying to send a message going into the third round.
The NFL is coming to Netflix, from gridiron gladiators to in-ring gladiators.
All right, here we go. Oh, ooh. Both guys throwing big shots right now. I mean, this is a legitimate fight right now. Ain't nobody taking it easy on nobody. Both guys respecting each other's power. Like I said, first round felt like Jake Paul was on his bike. He was moving around a lot. He was trying to avoid Mike. Oh, shit. I said double up that left hand. And that's exactly what Paul doing. I don't know if that was the instructions in the corner, if that was just, oh God. It's about to end quickly. Woo-hoo. Come on, Tyson. Give us something. Let the fucking right hand go. The timing is not there. We already knew it though. We was hoping that he was gonna come with something. The leg's not there. The knee not there. The timing is not there. Tyson getting hit with some shots clean, some brutal shots. I mean, he's standing to him, but man, the head movement is not the same. He came out in the first round, hard head movement, pressing. But now you see Jake is just comfortable right now. He's taking what's given to him. He's not rushing anything. He's reading. He came out the right hand. It kind of caught Mike on it didn't catch him on the chin. It caught him on the temple. And I said double up the left hand. I think he double up the left hand. It's going to give Mike some problems, because Mike was waiting for the right hand to come. And I think if Paul stays right there with it, we may see. I don't think we'll get a knockout. We probably won't get a stoppage, if anything. Tyson looked tired. My guy can't even get the mouthpiece out. Tyson is winded. The mouth is open.
You see Jake Paul land a beautiful jab with right hand first, right there, and knock Mike off balance 2 times. And Mike was highly off balance right there. I don't like how his legs look. Yeah, something wrong with the mouth here.
That affects his oxygen intake, right?
There's something wrong.
Now he's fighting. I've seen it throughout his career. It's interesting, but he does fight outdoors, and preparing for this fight, going back through his history.
I think he has a problem with his mouthpiece.
Yeah, I can tell you why. I've seen it in a lot of fights with Tyson. I don't think that's the case. Power punches in the 3rd round. Paul 1 of 11. 11 of 22, 50%. Tyson 4 of 11, 36%.
Okay, I feel like Mike trying to find his. He's trying to find himself in the. He's trying to land in the inside. He's a little bit reluctant on letting the right hand fly, opening up into the 4th round. I think there was a little bit of hesitancy in trying not to be caught by anything that Paul may throw back. Somehow Paul has done a good job with his flurry of shots to keep Mike within range.
So, Jason's very, very confident.
And relax because he knows Mike's legs are filling him. And he can keep out the mouthpiece again.
Even in the last fight where Paul faced Mike Perry when Tyson had health issues, we didn't see Paul take deep breaths, but looking again, we talked about fight management earlier. The energy, the pressure. I mean, the main eventing, the first boxing event on Netflix against a living legend, and Jake Paul settling into a rhythm here in round 4.
One body shot by Jake Paul, too.
Good hand movement.
And watching training camp footage of Tyson, you could see at times, even when he threw punches, right, that he would put himself off balance. The balance has been an issue.
Yes, it has, but I fought him with 2020. I never seen
I
him.
feel like right there with Paul galloping forward, that's the time to throw.
You can show everything. You can slow all the way down there. You can go to the motherfucker. Walking, standing, steady step. You walk slow, but the speed is He see Jake Paul land a good right hand to the body after the jab. Laid the jab there and threw a good right to the body. Pushed Mike off balance again, but Mike wasn't ready for it. You don't like to see those kind of punches land because that tells you that his reflexes are off and comfortable not what they used to be.
So we know that much. We know that much. The reflexes are not what they used to be.
Instead of 3-minute rounds, they are fighting 2-minute rounds. And Jake Paul's trainer, Theo Chambers, hails from Detroit's legendary Club January. He was a pupil of the estimable Emmanuel Stewart, whose mantra was knockout sell. And both of them are promising KOs here tonight.
Jake's actually boxing good for him. Though Mike is older and Mike has no rhythm, Jake's boxing very good.
Mike then made it 5 rounds. He might make it all 8. Shit. Ooh. Tyson putting some Paul's putting some combinations together.
Can he still get that mouthpiece? I just don't understand that.
And I don't want to debate or get into an argument with your Hall of Famer, but like I say, it's been a tick of his in fights past.
Mike then took off on the offense. He's more just defensively sound. He's just trying to defend right now. He's not throwing nothing. There we go.
30 seconds left in the fifth.
I think Paul trying not to knock out Tyson. Trying to look good, trying to test the waters a little bit, but really not trying to knock him out. Still giving a lot of respect to Tyson's power and playing it smart.
Body shot by Paul. Right hand lands for Paul.
Good right hand by Paul. A lot of these good shots here.
Yes, Mike is taking those shots.
Yes.
But the question is for how long?
Going into the 6th round. I need to get my guy some adrenaline in the corner right now.
Got on Tyson's no one good shot. Little Luna might have ended the fight. That was a good shot. Looked like it hurt Mike a little bit. And then you see a left hook.
My guy's gonna have to go to rehab. Gonna have to have some physical therapy, some PT.
Very bad. Of course, a strong neck helps you absorb punches.
If I mean, Mike's going to see Jake on the neck.
Yeah. And Jake, of course, working his neck as well. I mean, all fighters do neck exercises to absorb the blows. But for Jake Paul, it's dictating the terms and everything.
Come on, Tyson, where the hand movement at?
Overhyped, undersell again. He's facing a 58-year-old man, and we're trying to tell the story of the fight, Rosie.
Wow, but it's a hard story to
Look, Tyson throwing some feints. I feel like Jake threw. Tyson's throwing some feints, and Jake just jumped back to the right. So in that, you see right there, the left hand is there to land. Create the angle.
I heard Logan say use the jab more. Do you want to see him use the jab more?
And you got a guy that's slow, sitting there stagnant, use that jab, break him down.
Thanks. Good luck. Using the jab to break down Tyson. 40 seconds left in the sixth.
I really can't believe we're watching fucking Mike Tyson at 58 years old fight Jake Paul. Like, this is wild.
Moving laterally, unable to.
This is really wild. On all levels. On all levels. Bigfoot, Walker Man. You're able to see the fight. We're going into the 7th round of the 8th of a scheduled 8-rounder. Jake Paul is definitely winning. Paul, at this rate, is going to go the distance, and he's going to get the decision. I think at this point, for Mike Tyson's corner, it's more so surviving. And you can clearly see that the offense has stopped. It's been a little bit more stagnant. The first round, Tyson came out in a typical traditional Tyson fashion. Head movement, throwing punches, leading with shots, taking risks, lunging for it. And since the first round, we have not seen that. We have not.
Incredible actress watching. Here
tonight with many other luminaries. Again, 72,000.
So I think we are on pace for this to go the distance.
Tyson against the man who's disrupted the sport of boxing, Jake Paul. Round 7, and Mike Tyson showing some life.
He sure is. Good jab by
But how
Mike.
many seconds are left of the half each round, even at 2 minutes at this stage of the career?
Only about 5 or 10.
And you look at the numbers, and they're very, I hate to say it, they're kind of sacrificing. And there is, it's, you know what, I do have to say, it is 60 more punches than any other 58-year-old has landed in boxing.
You got right foot over here, right here.
It's incredible to see.
By the body language of the people sitting ringside, I can tell that they want Jake Paul to knock Tyson out. I can tell that they want Jake Paul to knock out this 58-year-old. I don't think he's going to do it. He's not going to punch the gas. I think he can do it, but I don't think he's going to punch the gas to do it. But you can tell by the body language and some people sitting ringside that that's what they want.
There's the catch, but there's not the shoot.
Nah, you got to shoot that. You catch it.
Because right now, to me, right, Jake's throwing he shot the jab a few times, and you've seen the movement of Tyson. Doubling up the left hand, shooting the jab, following up with the left hook.
Mike is taking it.
Yes, he is. And
I haven't seen a single uppercut in this fight. Not a single uppercut.
Tyson breathing heavily as he makes his way back.
One more round. Is that snot? That is. Tyson is like, what the fuck? What the fuck did I sign up for? Look, look at the face. Who is Jesus? More aggressive. Nah, not going into the 8th round. That is not what you want to say. Not at 58 years old.
When you see Jake Paul, that a jab hook right hand, followed by hook. The last hook was cool. Real power shot, but it wasn't good hook.
The final 2 minutes of the fight. Tyson is still on his stool. Mouth trying to put in. And he does stand up. And here we go. Final 2 minutes of this fight. It's been as many expected. If it would go past the first round, it would belong to Jake Paul, and that has definitely been the case. But what is left in Iron Mike Tyson? Does he have the one knockout left in his arsenal?
Definitely don't. Mike he's just trying to make it home at this point. Okay. Way to throw it back.
You give Tyson a chance, I tell you that, they try to knock Tyson out. You give Tyson a chance.
Tyson ain't getting none of the punches like he used to. Hand movement ain't there like he used to. He about 5 seconds of a lag doing head movement after a feint. Jake a good dude in my book. He ain't trying to hurt Mike. I agree with that, Chance. I agree with that.
Reality and other ideas, and as much of a cliche as it is, it's because it's true.
I was hoping Tyson was gonna knock him out though. At least buzz him a little bit. Man, it's not what we got.
And the fact that Mike Tyson goes 8 2-minute rounds with a guy
But the thing is like, what does Jake take from this fight? What does he take away from this fight to prepare him for the next fight, to propel him in his career? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Tyson's final victory was against Clifford at the end. A short respect. That fight lasted
Absolutely nothing.
seconds. This one goes 16 minutes. And it ends.
Made some money. That's about it.
What a moment it has to be for Jake.
But he gained absolutely nothing to take with him for experience, to really make him a force in boxing against legitimate contenders, challengers, champions. Mike is hurting, okay? Mike just want to take his ass back to the fucking dressing room, put some underwear on, and go the fuck home. Y'all, it's been real. It's been real. For the ones that's been tuned in for the last 4.5 hours, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all for tuning in with me. Any and everybody that is watching this back, I appreciate it. If you haven't smashed the like button by now, please do so. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please do so. Hit the notification button. Hit the notification button so that you are aware and alert the next time that I go live or I drop any content on YouTube. Chance, Jake not serious about boxing because if he was, he would fight real fighters in the boxing ranks. Tommy Fury ain't too. Tommy Fury ain't too. He's still fooling around with misfits. Yeah, Tommy Fury ain't got it. He did not inherit the Fury genes. He does not have it. Tommy Fury is definitely a reality boxer, a celebrity boxer. Yeah. Jake Paul at this rate, he's just. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. I don't think that there's any real intention for him to get to that level of being able to actually fight for like a title. I think also in respect to the way that he's came up in the sport, right? There's no amateur background whatsoever. Like, so can we really expect for him to be, as much as we like don't want to see him fight 58-year-olds, washed champions, MMA fighters, UFC fighters, and YouTubers and celebrities, as much as we don't necessarily care to see that, we got to be real with the track that he's on. Jake Paul is not prepared to go up and to fight for championship fights. He's just not. Not in the heavyweight division. Even in cruiserweight, it's like, eh. Light heavyweight, it's like, eh. And he's put on all this weight. I don't really see him going down. So, yeah. It is what it is, people. It is what it is. We'll see what happens. But like I said, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Follow me on Instagram at Agent J Knows. I try to keep you guys updated with boxing news, boxing announcements, and all of that. Until next time. See y'all.